We're recording this time.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
We did not forget.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. Oh no.
This is
I'm the one to spill all over myself this time.
Yes. About fucking time.
Don't look at my tummy.
So this is funny to me. I don't know what beer you're drinking. You don't know what beer I'm drinking, but our cans have like same color scheme. That's kind of funny.
They're very colorful. Yeah, mine's very colorful for sure.
Very colorful.
What beer are you drinking
that's
today?
Interesting. All right. So I made a boo-boo. So we were like, hey, we're going to delay recording, right? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. We're good. You got to get better. We're good. And I was like, I was out yesterday. So normally we record on Fridays. We didn't. So I came home from work and was like, I don't got to run to the liquor store today. So then yesterday, Saturday, rolled around. I went and saw a movie. And then I was like, I'll hit up the liquor store after the movie. Instead, I came home, had some lunch, and just stayed at home the whole day. And I told myself, you'll just swing over and grab something tomorrow. But it's Texas, and they have some stupid thing of like, don't go to a liquor store on a Sunday. It's God's day. So I was left with the only beer I had left in my fridge, which has nothing to do with this episode at all.
Okay.
But it works because at least it's beer. So I'm drinking, it's Noma Gang. It's from a brewery in New York. It's a Belgian-style blonde ale.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie. I picked it up because I like garden gnomes, and it's just full of gnomes all over the can.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So,
okay.
So that's my beer today.
That makes me feel a little better because mine is not really related to... Good. Mine is not really related to the episode at all.
Good.
The only thing that makes it kind of Mission Impossible-y is that it has a helicopter on it, and that's kind of like a Mission Impossible thing. It's called Paradise Porter, and it's really good. It's just a porter from the Crabtree Brewing Company in Greeley, Colorado. And it's not super sweet, even though they use 15 pounds of Haiti cocoa nibs and coconut. It's not super sweet, so I like it. It's good.
All right. Yeah, you don't got to really try too hard to see this, but it's weird drinking a blonde ale that is a 9.5% ABV.
Oh,
that's a little high for you non.
That is weird. That's super
fancier
weird.
Beer, snobby beer. That's really high for a blonde. But yeah, it's not bad. Hi, Jake. It's been a minute.
It has been a minute, and I think that you will enjoy this. We have, in the movie draft, you're definitely catching up. You are doing, I would say, relatively well. This is the closest you've been in the box office since mid-April. So I think you're definitely catching up.
What the fuck? Hold on.
And as far as things, I would say that The Flash has helped, but it hasn't really, because The Flash has shit the bed with its whole production. Yeah, the week over week box office has just plummeted, and I saw a headline today that they're pulling it from like 100,000 theaters or over 100,000, and I saw another headline that it's going to lose like $200 million, which I think is close to what they say Black Adam lost, and Shazam 2 didn't do well, so Yeah.
God.
Warner Brothers and the Flash are just struggling. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, it's hard to get the movie to be successful when like your star isn't allowed to promote it. Um and when
And the whole audience knows he's a piece of
the whole
shit.
audience knows he's a piece of shit, you don't buy that he's a hero anymore. And also everyone knows like it's the last of the Snyderverse, so everyone's like, what does it matter? And
Yeah.
yeah, it was kind of crazy. I read its second week, it dropped like 73% of return audience members, which was insane.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't help
Yeah.
that all the
That's bad.
headlines around
That's
it
super bad.
are, that's really bad. And it doesn't help that the main thing everyone keeps talking about is the shitty CGI in it. So no one wants to go and
Mm-hmm.
watch shitty CGI for 2.5 hours. Um, I didn't hate it. I thought
Right. Right.
it's still
Exactly.
fun. It was entertaining. I thought it's very comic book movie, which I appreciate, but definitely wish it would have been better.
Yeah.
Uh, it should have been
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. And then obviously Mission Impossible comes out in the next week. That's why we're here today talking about all the movies. And then we are 2 weeks away when this comes out from what I'm calling the gentleman's double feature, which is Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
And the weird phenomenon, which apparently seems to be 20 to 30-year-old dudes who are hyped for Barbie. I don't know what exactly the deal is. I think that middle age, is that middle age? Young adult aged dudes seeing Barbie is cool. Like sitting on your chair backwards is cool, just because you're not supposed to do it. I think that's why mostly white people are into it.
I think it's funny that apparently the joke of Barbie and Oppenheimer coming out together has even got to Margot Robbie and who is it that directed Barbie? Starts with a G.
Greta Gerwig.
Thank you. They posted a photo of them buying tickets to Oppenheimer for like the battle of it. I
Yeah.
thought that was pretty funny. I'm definitely seeing Oppenheimer. Obviously, it's like, I mean,
Yeah.
it's Chris Nolan. Come on. I'm still
Right.
trying to
No, it's
convince
gonna
my
be good.
daughter to go see Barbie so I don't look like a weirdo single dude walking into the theater. I just kind of hope that it ends up
Yeah,
being
that's
just
probably
so
wise.
like tongue in cheek and like stupid meta, but like the funny version of that. That's what I hope Barbie ends up being. Just doused in pink. So
Yeah.
much pink.
Yeah, I think so. Right. Yeah, so much pink that they caused a shortage in the entire world that they don't make that much pink normally.
it's a little bit much for pink. It's a little much. Well,
Okay, what new things have you seen lately?
so I've seen a few new things. I saw Asteroid
Good.
City, which was
Okay.
enjoyable. It's Wes Anderson, so you expect it to be weird. I enjoyed it. I know I've been vocal as to saying that I've always thought like Moonrise Kingdom is actually one of his weakest films. I enjoyed Asteroid City more than Moonrise. It was
Okay.
different. I went into it not reading up anything about it. I just went and saw it because I wanted to, and didn't realize going into it that
Yeah.
it's based on a play. Well, not based on a play. It's the movie is a play, and that weirded me out for the first little bit because I was
Okay.
like, wait a minute, I thought this was something else, but not in a bad way. I enjoyed it. It was fun. It made me laugh out loud a handful of times. I was shocked by one thing. So the movie is PG-13. Yes, PG-13. And
Okay.
my daughter had debated seeing it with me because it's quirky, it's weird. She thought like, well, Steve Carell's in it, Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson's in it, it's Black Widow. She was like, I don't know. I was like, his movies are odd, but this could be a fun one. It's got a bunch of kids that are like nerd, geeky genius nerds, whatever. She ended up not wanting to see it with me. So I went and saw it. I'm kind of glad she skipped it because there is full frontal nudity in Asteroid City.
Male nudity?
No, Scarlett Johansson nudity. But it was like...
it matters. Oh.
Right. Okay. I was like, whoa. Like, I thought this was PG-13. Like, you don't expect to see the full deal in a PG-13 rated movie. And I was like, we've hit that point in our rating system. All right. You can't say motherfucker in a PG-13, but you know what?
Yeah, that's really weird. I've never seen that.
It took me off guard. It really did. It's like, huh.
I also never saw The French Dispatch.
I never got around to watching it. I feel kind of bad.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm falling behind on Wes Anderson movies.
But Asteroid City,
which I should stop
it's still entertaining. I enjoyed it a lot. Have you watched the Arnold documentary yet?
No, I really want to. I've been meaning to.
I think you will super dig it. It's pretty cool. It's very interesting. I've always been a fan of Arnold. Watching this documentary was like watching that Michael Jordan one, where you're like, you have moments of being kind of a dick, but I respect you because you clearly have made your path. Like, he has paved his own way throughout the whole thing, and it's pretty cool. You should watch it. It's really good. Really good.
Okay. I'm really interested in how it's laid out. Like, I think it's a 3-part thing, and it's him conquering bodybuilding and then conquering movies and then conquering politics and all this stuff. The fact that he's able to do any of those things is amazing.
I really like how they set it up. It's just really cool. Really cool.
That's awesome.
And then I went and saw No Hard Feelings because I needed just a something dumb that might make me chuckle. And you know what?
Yeah.
It made me laugh. It made me laugh pretty hard a few times. Like, it's not great. It's pretty mediocre, but it's like entertaining mediocre. So I would recommend it. Like, it has some funny moments in it.
And we get so few like real comedies that it's kind of worth it just to check it out for that reason.
Like, it's so dumb. There's so many moments in it where you're like, this is cringy, but that's like the joke is how cringy it gets. So I appreciated it even more. And it was nice seeing Jennifer Lawrence in something again. I was thinking about it about halfway through the movie. I was like, I feel like it's been a long time since I watched her in something new. And that might just be me, but I feel like it's been a while. And then I saw the big one.
She gets naked in that too.
I went and saw Indiana Jones.
Okay.
I saw Indiana Jones
for the news here.
It's very entertaining. But I feel like I need to watch it a couple times before I can actually have an opinion, because I realized something by the end of it where I was like, I went in already with kind of low expectations. I was entertained. It's better than Crystal Skull, but that's not hard to do.
Okay. Right.
But I went in, I think I just like subconsciously was expecting 2.5 hours of just constant like memberberry shit being thrown at me, and it's not. There's a few little things just like all the other movies have done where they'll throw like a little nod to something, or just a blatant, like, he brings up Temple of Doom, which I thought was a weird one to specifically call out.
Deep cut.
But I'm not a fan of de-aging. And this movie, like, the whole 20-minute opening is nothing but de-aging stuff. And I was like,
Okay.
oh man, it's really just like, don't be petty about it. Don't be petty about it. But it was a little, I gotta watch it again. I'm gonna see it probably a few times. It was entertaining. I do like
Okay.
the fun, like the very end is well done.
Uh-huh.
I will give it that. Like,
Okay.
but Jake, there were moments I was like, oh, Jake's gonna throw his hands up at that. I was like,
How is the overall mystery or the adventure, the things that they figure out and the relics and
um,
stuff? Is it all right?
they teased me with one relic that I got really excited about, and then they go to something
Mm-hmm.
else, and I was like, oh shit, that feels like a missed opportunity. But let's see what they do here.
Mm.
Um, but the whole like going on this adventure thing, it was fun. It's pretty reminiscent of all the others, I guess you could say. I think my biggest gripe
Okay.
is there's like too much emphasis on his goddaughter.
Yeah.
That's probably my only gripe. She does fine, like she's good in it,
I had a feeling.
but too much emphasis on her. Like, no offense,
Okay.
but it's an Indiana Jones movie. Like,
It's not Goddaughter in the Dial of Destiny.
right? It basically could have been called that. Um, it's entertaining. Go watch it. Like, I'm gonna watch it a couple times before I really let myself have an
Mm-hmm.
actual opinion.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
That means you didn't love it.
I did not love it, but I enjoyed it more than Crystal Skull.
Okay. It might be all
I
right,
think
is what it
like
sounds like.
the more I thought about it, I started like nitpicking stuff, so I had to stop myself on that and be like, okay, dude,
Mm-hmm.
like, are you just nitpicking because it's like a meaningful franchise to you and you're bummed that it's over?
Right.
And then I was like, okay, when it comes to the conclusion of a franchise, is it anywhere on the scale of like Halloween ends? And the answer is no.
True.
It's nowhere near that scale.
Okay.
So with that mentality, it's all right.
It's not
It's not
bad at
bad.
all. Okay.
I saw a
Good.
thing with Harrison Ford about it, and I guess he was like the primary like push of why they do some of the stuff with Indy in this movie. Like he was thinking this is what Indiana Jones would be doing. This is interesting to see him
Yeah.
in this world at this time. And that made me kind of like rethink the movie a little bit. So I'm excited when I go and watch it again, just with that mentality of like what the perspective from Harrison Ford actually was when they were making it. And I'm sure that'll help me be like, okay.
Okay. Well, good. That sounds not bad.
No,
It's promising.
it's more promising than Crystal Skull. There's no stupid monkeys. There's no swinging on the vines. They don't drive a fucking Jeep into a tree and use it as like a catapult. They do one thing that I was like, oh my God, you would have thought they'd learn from the fridge in Crystal Skull, but they didn't. They do one stupid thing where you're like, why? But then it goes away and you're like, okay, I can forget about it and we move on. So
yeah. Okay.
What about you, Jake?
Is that all you watched? Okay. I haven't watched much since last time we talked,
like,
even though nobody heard that
down.
conversation. Yes, I have been sick, but not like sick in a way that I'm watching a bunch of movies. Sick in a way where I'm like sleeping / taking care of a sick wife and toddler, also kind of trying to. But I did watch the season 2 finale of From, and it's very good. And also they renewed From for a third season, so everybody can rest easy and start watching it because you won't be disappointed. And I'm pretty sure that's the only. I've been watching Succession, and I do like it. I think it's getting better as well. We're into almost at the end of the second season, and so it is good. It's enjoyable to watch for sure, and I'm carrying more about the characters, even though they're all relatively unlikable. So that's good. And then I'm pretty sure that's about it. Other than I've been watching Mission Impossible movies over and over and over.
There's nothing wrong with watching Mission Impossible over and over and over again.
So you want to get into it? Oh, good. So we are talking all about the Mission Impossible movies before Dead Reckoning Part 1 comes out this week. And partly what we did last time with Mission Impossible, with Indiana Jones, although we have to get through 6 movies, and they're all good, basically, relatively good, compared to Indiana Jones, where it's 2 great ones, one a pretty good one, and another absolutely dog shit one. So it's going to be a little bit trickier for us to stay on track. We'll be moving a little bit quicker, and also want to recap what happened in the last movies, if you don't remember.
We'll try to do quick recaps. If you try to break down all 6 of these movies in a 2 to 3 hour time frame like you and I typically try to do, there's no way. There's just no way.
Yeah, it'd be 2 to 3 hours per movie.
But we'll do our best, folks. We're gonna do our best.
One other thing I was watching this week is the original Mission Impossible show, because I was like, I put it on just to see, because it's been a really long time since I watched it. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. And it's to the point, I don't know that anybody really even remembers that there was a Mission Impossible show in the 60s
only our
that this is based on.
Would remember the show at this point. And maybe goofballs like you and I who...
Yeah. Which is a funny thing to think about, because it's like this movie franchise has become so huge that it has basically redefined what Mission Impossible is. It's not, it's completely transformed itself into just being Tom Cruise and being the movies. And even though the show has so many of the same elements, it has that fire theme song. It has the rubber masks. It has the Impossible Mission Force. It has your mission if you choose to accept it, self-destructing recording stuff. So it's very, very good. But I think on the number of times that Hollywood has tried to reboot an old TV show into a movie, Mission Impossible has far and away just exceeded all
100%.
expectations.
And
it's not like A-Team or I Spy.
You know what?
Or Get Smart.
I still say I'm in the minority.
21 Jump Street
A-Team movie was fun as fuck. Like, normally I will judge movies for just how stupid they get or whatever, but the A-Team was like the Expendables in a way where it was just, it's supposed to be ridiculous. It's supposed to be just entertaining. Yeah, we're gonna fly a tank into a lake. It's okay. It's funny as shit.
I wish that Man from U.N.C.L.E. took off like this, but maybe
I
someday.
Think you brought that up. That's a good thing to bring up. I feel like Mission Impossible might be the only one that has been this successful. You could argue that the 21 Jump Street movies, the 2 that they did, counts, and it totally does. But they never aimed to make the full-fledged franchise out of that. Like 2, and they were done, and they were good.
Intentionally cut it off. Yeah.
Everything else, though, I Spy, I think, if I remember right, that was even a flop from the get-go. A-Team was a flop from the get-go.
Probably.
But Mission Impossible, I think a lot of it has to do with Tom Cruise. Obviously. Even though he's a psycho in real life, people are like, but he makes entertaining movies, so we're going to go watch this. And we've been watching Ethan Hunt since like 1996, or 95. So you kind of, we're invested. It is crazy to me to think that we are going into the 7th film, and you could almost argue that it is just getting bigger as they're concluding it.
Yeah.
Like,
Right. Yeah, it's definitely not like running out of gas
no.
by any means. It is just getting bigger and better and better. So over the last like 3 movies, it's been just like
Right. They just
skyrocketed.
shot this thing off, and it's so huge now. I personally would be all right for like number 10 or whatever, but I know that's not coming because
Mhm.
this is concluding. They're finally like, all right, Cruise is still down for
Right.
doing all of his own
Also,
shit,
Tom Cruise is
but
60
he's an
years
older
old.
man and he's starting to get injured a lot on set. So they're like, dude,
Mhm.
it's time.
Yeah, you are the most important part of the
Right.
production. Not only are you the star and the producer and very
Very
expensive,
expensive. He works with
you
all the
can't just
stunts and stuff.
keep doing all this.
Um, but it's great. It's almost more shocking. So the first one came out huge, successful. It was fun. It pissed off a lot of like our parents' generation because of some of the decisions they put into it. The difference from the show,
Sure.
John Phelps being the primary
Yeah.
one. Um, and then the second
Right.
one came out. Everyone saw it, but then it gets just blasted. It's constantly considered like the worst in the franchise.
Yeah.
You would almost have expected after that second one, they'd be like, ooh, okay, maybe we don't have it. But they keep
Mhm.
coming out and people keep flocking to it because everyone's like, no, these are actually really cool. Like, they're good stories. They're cool stories. You get interesting
Yeah.
situations and the stunts just keep getting crazier.
Yeah, it does feel to me like the series kind of rebooted itself
Yeah.
in the middle at number 3, and it kind of saved it in a way that it feels like there was forever between 2 and 3, but it was only like 6 years,
That's still a decent amount
and
of time.
it definitely it is for sure, especially for a big franchise. But it does feel like it rebooted itself and found its
Mhm.
identity, and then just started building on that to back to where it was now, where it is now.
Yeah, it's crazy franchise. It's one of my all-time favorites. I've been stoked for this one. I remember when you text me like, "Hey, how would you like
Mhm.
to talk Mission Impossible?" Like, there are several such as I'm like, "Oh yeah, that'll be a good one. Like, let's do that." I'm excited for that one. When you said this one, I was like on my feet. I was with my kid at the time. I was like, "We're doing Mission Impossible." And she was like, "Oh god, dad."
Well, good. I'm glad I can evoke that in you. That's exciting. Yeah, it's such an exciting franchise. It's the franchise that people will go to even if they have no
Yeah.
idea what the story is, because they know that Tom Cruise will take care of them. I think that's one thing, is that he's built up such loyalty in the fans, especially after
Mm-hmm.
Top Gun Maverick, that I think people are going to flock to the theaters, even though Indiana Jones is out and Oppenheimer's out and Barbie is out. I think that Dead Reckoning is going to be a very
Yep.
safe movie that people know Tom Cruise will take care of them. They'll have an incredible time. Even if they don't remember the story really of Fallout, they're just going to go for the stunts. And that's
And
all
they'll
they
leave
really
the
need to
theater
see.
feeling like that's what a movie
Fully
is supposed
satisfied.
to be. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
I think the timing of what it being released this year is very interesting because it might be the least divisive film coming out this summer. Like, you got,
Yeah.
Indiana Jones is out, but that one's going to be very like split because people are going to love it or people are going to hate it. Simply because
Yeah.
it's been around for 40 years. So you're going to have that split.
Right.
Oppenheimer, probably, I hate saying this out loud, but it's supposed to be a devastating film. It's not there to make you feel
Yeah.
good. It's there to help you understand a very important piece of history. It's going to be
Mhm.
intense. People are not going to want to flock to the theater to feel devastated and horrified.
Right. It's going to be an incredible movie, but it's going to be a very
Yes.
serious movie for
And
sure.
Barbie is going to split people because it looks ridiculous. And
Mm-hmm.
some people are probably just not going to go want to see it just because it just looks so dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of hangups of like
It's
it's
Barbie.
Barbie, it's for
Yeah.
kids, like, or it's for girls or whatever. And I think that it'll be fun and silly, but I do think that it will be a lot of people that are like, it's Barbie. I'm
Right.
not going to go see a Barbie movie.
But then here comes Tom Cruise, and he's like, if you can't make up your mind of what movie you're going to go see, we're going to do some crazy shit. You want to watch that for 2.5 hours? Yep.
Yes, I want to see crazy shit, please.
Like, I'm not going to be devastated or heartbroken at the end. No. Done.
Yeah. Yeah, especially being a 2-part finale. I think that it'll end on a cliffhanger, but nothing too terrible will happen so far. So it's
I kind of feel,
safe.
although they've been hinting at, I mean, Rogue Nation and Fallout definitely start up in the ante even more of the stakes are so high. And Ethan Hunt's story is really like, it's about to,
and he's just collecting people he cares about, which is not helpful.
He's trying to save everyone, and I'm like, man, someone important might die. That's gonna suck.
Yeah. As long as it's not Luther, dude, I'm okay.
I'm like, I don't know who's safe. I really don't know. It's weird to think that because they've never really hinted that, like, or they've never done that where someone important's getting taken out, except for the first movie. Where they're like, look at this huge cast, all dead in the first 15 minutes.
Right.
Ish. But they've never really like, well, they've kind of hinted or like played with your emotions on a couple, but I feel like the fact that it's getting ready to conclude, this is Dead Reckoning Part 1, going into Part 2, I could see them being like, all right, let's do one just devastating moment. We've never had a real one.
Yeah.
Let's do it. And then Ethan's motivation is just going to be so through the roof for Part 2.
Yeah, for sure.
But we'll get there.
I completely could see that. Yeah. Okay.
But let's start at the beginning.
Okay. So in 1996, Mission Impossible comes out, directed by Brian De Palma, and I love this movie. And even though it is definitely dated in its 90s-ness, it's also, I mean, it's accurately present in its 90s-ness because you have a lot of very period accurate technology, computers, internet, like dial-up internet, floppy disks, things like that. It feels just like a great spy thriller with all of the glasses and with the cameras in them and all that stuff. So it's so fun. And the original IMF team is great. Headed up by Jim Phelps. Jim.
I was wrong. It's Jim. It's Jim.
Okay, it is Jim Phelps. And played by John Voight.
That was the mix-up.
And Ethan's just a normal dude. He's essentially the kind of the top agent of his team, kind of a hot shot, kind of seems like. But then he has all of the other people on the team. Jim's wife Claire, the Mighty Duckman himself, Emilio Estevez, uncredited, by the way, which I don't know why exactly that happened, but Jack, Emilio Estevez's Jack, is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
His death in the elevator is one of the most memorable. Dude,
it's brutal for that half second that you see it. It's just one of those that lives in your brain.
Yeah. So the premise of the first movie is, or I guess the plot the things you need to remember going into the new one. And I think there are a few things that will definitely tie
one
in.
of them's in the trailer. That
one of them's in the trailer that
Kittredge is back.
The director of the IMF, which is the Impossible Mission Force, which is the silliest name for an organization ever, but also very interesting. It's one of the most interesting aspects to my mind is that they're not actually a government agency. They are a private espionage company that is often contracted by the U.S. government, but they're international, they're private, and they just are spies for hire, basically. And so the IMF team need to go to the U.S. Embassy, get a knock list, which is the not official cover list, which is a list of all of the actual IMF people and their real life names, their aliases and their names. It's split into two parts for some reason, and the aliases or the secret code names has already been stolen, and they're trying to prevent the bad guys from stealing the real name side of the list, which feels like the only side of the list you really need because you already know that they're
well, you would need
agents.
both just to
I don't know why you need
the correct matchups to it.
I mean, if you have a list of IMF agents with their real names and home addresses or whatever, I feel like that's kind of a giveaway, but maybe that's just me. So they need to prevent that from happening. They go into the embassy. They try to get the list. They fail to prevent them from getting the list. So the guy escapes. Everybody starts dying. The entire team ends up getting wiped out. And so Ethan is on his own, basically.
But not only is he on his own, you find out officially that the whole mission was a decoy for a very separate kind of mission going on behind scenes. It was a mole hunt where Ethan is the only one that survives. So he's accused of being the mole who has...
presumed.
Yeah, he's the one who set up killing the whole team, steal the real list, and get out of there. Steal the list and then get out of there to sell to the black market. So Ethan goes on his solo mission of proving his innocence by actually stealing the real list from CIA headquarters, which I love.
Right. I feel like the CIA mission is definitely even still the most memorable part of the entire series.
It's so good.
Like even across all 6 movies, him rappelling into that white room and trying to
you can't touch the floor, you can't make any noise.
And, speak above a whisper.
The temperature has to stay at like 79 degrees.
Yeah, if it rises 1 degree and his body heats all in there, sweating and stuff. Throws it all off. It's so exciting.
For like a silent scene. There's no music. All you have are just the sounds of him being like lowered, repelled. You get the cables kind of shimmying around a little bit as he does his acrobatic stuff.
But
it's so cool to watch. But okay, everyone who knows me knows I love that first Mission Impossible. It's like one of my all-time favorite. It's so fucking good. Like, I've always appreciated it the most because it's the one that doesn't rely on crazy action sequences to drive the story. Nothing against all the rest, but it was the first one.
It's a more grounded spy movie.
Feels more espionage, more actual spy work, with like spurts of excitement. And it feels different than the rest of the series. I've always kind of felt like, as much as I love every one of these movies, because I genuinely do, they're all so good. I've always been like, why didn't we get Brian De Palma to come back at some point? Because his vision is so
interesting,
unique. And I think his vision is what helped the success of that first Mission Impossible movie. I think that would have been a really
Oh, for
cool thing
sure.
for him to come back for like the third or the fourth one. Nothing against J.J. Abrams or
Hmm.
Brad Bird. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
but that would have made sense to me just to give some people, give your fans like a little bit of like comfort, if you will, considering John Woo's directing style is very Michael Bay-ish. And so that's what the second Mission Impossible has always been faulted for, is like the car
Yeah.
literally hit a curb and it exploded. Like, and what's with the stupid
Yeah.
fucking doves? And what's
Every goddamn scene has doves in it.
but I like Brian De Palma's vision for that first movie, and the way that they tell the story, the music behind it. You know, I had the soundtrack on my top 10 scores. It just everything fuels that
Yeah.
story to where you are constantly like you're always a step behind Ethan or 20 steps behind Ethan, but you feel like you're right there
Hmm.
with him the whole time until you start realizing how
Yeah.
far ahead in the game he has been throughout the whole story.
Hmm. Yeah, that's one of the things I love about it is how Brian De Palma kind of shows you just
Yeah.
enough for you to feel like you understand what just happened, but also not really have any idea what just happened. And so you feel a lot like Ethan, where you're like, I saw that. I saw this guy get killed. I saw blood all
Yeah.
over his hands. I saw all these things happen. But did I really see that, or did it just want me to see it, kind of thing? And so as Ethan starts piecing it together, I think it's the most like cleverly written
Mm-hmm.
movies, because as Ethan's trying to like figure these things out, whether he's talking to Kittredge or when Phelps comes back and he starts talking to him, he starts describing, oh, when you did that, and then that means this happened. But what he's talking about to Phelps is kind of leading Phelps on. And what he is really thinking is actually figuring out, oh, Phelps is actually
Right.
the mole the whole time. And so he's like, he's piecing it together, but it doesn't fit with what he's actually saying. And so if you're not paying attention, and I think it's easy to
Yeah.
get lost in that.
When I sat my daughter down to watch this series, that scene confused her because she was like,
Hmm.
"Wait, I thought Kittredge was the guy from the beginning, the CIA, you know, the agent hunting him." And I was like, "He is. They're
Yeah.
showing you he knows the truth, but he's saying the lie to, you know,
Yeah.
keep placating the villain." She was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "They're literally showing you, like they're telling you." It's one of those rare
Hmm.
moments where you actually get to see like the psyche of a character almost, or like their thought process,
Yeah.
which is something you don't get a lot in a movie, like so blatantly,
Yeah. Not this well
and
done.
it's
Yeah.
done well. It's one of those little gimmicks that probably would not work very often in a movie because people would be like, "Oh my
Hmm.
god!" I mean, it's not a book, like,
Right.
but it works for Mission Impossible because of how the pacing of it, and how you are also trying to piece together all these little puzzle pieces. You know, I love that
Hmm.
scene. That's one of my favorite parts of that movie is him and Phelps sitting
Yeah.
across, or yeah, him and Jim sitting across from each other, and he's like, Kittredge could have done it this way. Oh wait, he would have had time if he did this,
Hmm.
and then he had an accomplice, and
Yeah. Yeah. It's so well done. And as so Claire doesn't die,
right.
Jim's wife, she comes back. Her and Ethan have like kind of a flirty
There's
thing
a
happen. This is a thing that happens in all the movies. Ethan Hunt flirts or romances someone in every
it's
movie, it
true.
seems like. He's basically James Bond. He's got gadgets and all this stuff. These are like James Bond movies, but just completely separate.
It's true.
Way more stunts than James Bond ever did. And so, but he doesn't know for
Mhm.
sure if she's like knows her husband's alive, or if her husband betrayed her and all this stuff. So he's trying to figure it out. He's also trying to figure out. So they try to sell the knock list to Max. Max is some broker who is trying to buy it, or who has been promised it by some guy named Job, and Ethan doesn't know who Job is, but he decides to impersonate Job to
Right.
broker the sale,
Well,
basically, because he's like, I can get the real Noclus for you and sell it to you.
his whole mission is draw out the real mole and prove his innocence. And he's like, the only way I can actually do this is, I'm going to steal the real thing. I'm going to sell it, or under the guise of actually selling it, it'll draw
Yeah.
out Job, who he like figures out pretty quick. Job is the mole. Job is the alias. Like, at first, Kittredge tells him, we got this, like, we intercepted this email from someone called Job 314. And you're like, Job, what a weird thing. He's like, he's looking at the Bible. He's like, Job 314. What cracks me up watching the first Mission Impossible these days is it shows like the first online trolling, I think.
I think you're right.
Because he just starts spamming the hell out of Max's emails, all of potential contacts to her, quoting scripture.
Yeah. In like all these different languages. He's like, Max at French.com.
Right, just blasts it all over the place. And if eventually it works, he makes contact. I love Max.
Yeah, she's great.
Fantastic.
She's like not at all what you'd expect as like an older lady who's an arms dealer and brokering all these sales and stuff. She's not what you expect at all, but she's also like kind of flirty with.
She's very
Ethan,
playful,
which is funny.
Which I always,
and
in my mind, I've always kind of tried to picture what all is Max like. What has she done to get to her position? Every time I think I'm like, she's probably very playful with everybody, and she's probably, you never see it, but she's probably crazy violent. Like, I could see her being that kind of villain that just, if she has to be the one to pull the trigger, she doesn't care. She'll just pull the trigger. Like, to me, behind all the other stuff that we see, just considering her goons, I'm like, she probably kills her goons herself. Like, I would imagine, had the CIA not been on the train at the end, I would have imagined that she'd be killing off at least the long-haired goon. Like,
for sure.
herself.
Max is one of the original things that has come back recently, which I didn't really pay attention to until I was rewatching the movies. But in Fallout, the Vanessa Kirby's character, Ilana Mitsopoulos, also the White Widow, she's called the White Widow. She's Max's daughter. And so she's also like a broker.
She's
of
very
these deals.
Max
so kind of
esque. She's so much like Max. Yeah, when I saw Fallout in the theater and they finally like re-mentioned Max, I remember being in the theater eating my popcorn and doing that like, yes. Like, that's a good member berry moment. That's a good like,
it's a fan service reference.
The franchise doesn't rely on all the member berries. Have you noticed that? You just rewatch. I mean, we've been watching them. They throw in a bunch of like quick little like references or a comment here or there, but it never relies on it, and it's never crazy blatant. It's very, and I appreciate that, because with franchises this long, typically they get very like nostalgic. This one is almost like, I mean, if we do it, we do it. No one's really gonna
it's not a nostalgic franchise. It's more of a hold on to your seat because you're just trying to make it through this one movie franchise.
Right. Like, we just got to get to the ending where everything does that Mission Impossible quiet. Like, where the chaos is finally done and it's just
and everything is okay because they stopped the bomb.
Because you got to get to that, but it gets intense at times. The first movie's no exception. He's not trying to stop a bomb, but as ridiculous as it kind of is, that whole train sequence is a freaking
Yeah.
blast.
Oh, it's intense. And not just the climbing
Right.
on the outside of this bullet train, helicopter being attached to it, and flying into a tunnel as it's being drugged sequence. That is incredible. And one of the best, I think Mission Impossible is one of the first movies to kind of blend
Yeah.
CG with action and actually be believable. It holds up. It looks really, really good. But all of the stuff on the train with Max as she's trying to like get this transfer to happen, her laptop's not connecting, all this stuff. Kittredge is on the train. He's trying to figure out where Max is, all this stuff. All of the IMF is disavowed. So Ethan's there. Luther is there with his laptop
Well, he's
trying to
jamming the
be
signal.
Luther. Yeah. But also not get caught by Kittredge as he's looking around all the cars. And then Phelps and Claire are both there. Ethan tricks her into admitting that she knows about it and she's a bad guy as well, using the rubber mask. So huge thing is in Mission Impossible is the rubber mask always comes up. In this first one, no exception. But so that Ethan is in the cars with them, and Phelps is there trying to actually get the bags of money or bear bonds or whatever it is that they're getting paid with. And so all of this stuff inside the train is just so exciting as well. And then they get outside the train and it just kicks off even more
to a whole new level. Yeah, when I got my daughter to watch it, the whole movie, she was just like, Dad, I feel confused. This is weird. Like, this is crazy to me. I was like, just trust me. It pays off. I'll explain. Like, I'll answer your questions. It pays off, though. I promise. She's like watching it. And while we were watching, the first time you see Phelps' wife show back up, she's like, no, yeah. Ethan, I survived. My daughter immediately was like, don't trust her. She's obviously the bad guy. I was like, no, you don't know that, kid. I was
smart girl.
He can't trust anyone right now. So you just gotta see what they're gonna do. The whole rest of the movie, every time Claire's on screen, my daughter would be like, she's the bad guy. Dad, she has to be the bad guy. And I'm like, just watch the fucking movie, man. So when it's
only dudes would not want to, like, no, you give her the benefit of the doubt. Like, you know.
When it's finally confirmed she's a bad guy, I remember my daughter just being like, I told you. I was so happy. But when they climb up onto the train, you know, the big action sequences here, my daughter couldn't help but laugh just because trying to fight in that kind of wind, she was like, the coat is flying over him. This just looks so goofy, Dad. Like, are they really going to fight? It's a different kind of fight, but yes, they're going to fight. And there's a helicopter involved. She was like, oh my God. That whole sequence, she was just like, she was, on the edge of the couch. She's watching it. She's like trying to laugh at some of the, like, watching the tie go flying past Jim. And he looks up like, oh crap. My kid loved that. But those moments, we experienced it as a kid. I know I definitely did, because I became obsessed with this movie. The more you're watching that ending, you're so invested into Ethan just accomplishing this. You're like, how's he gonna, he's on the side of the train trying to get his finger up before the passing train comes by him. And there's so many moments in it where you're like, oh God, like, you were so invested into it. But the part that got me, it got my kid, was when Ethan finally gets like his footing and he leaps onto the helicopter and then goes straight into the theme song. I don't know about you, Jake, but when I was a kid and saw that the first time, I was on my feet. When my daughter watched it, she was on her feet of just like, yes, like, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Like, so exciting for such a goofy moment, but the music during that whole thing is so cool. And I will always love the red light and green light I'm not gonna lie. I'm
The
35.
gum.
I will be 36 this summer. When I chew gum, if
Yeah.
I ever fold it in half, I constantly in my head go red light, green light.
I know exactly what you mean. Ever since I first saw the movie as a kid, that was my favorite part. Whether it was the fish tank scene where he meets Kittredge or at the end where he sticks it on the
Yeah,
helicopter. Uh, Absolutely. The gum is
it's so
essential
good.
to Mission Impossible to me.
Pasta lasagna, don't get any on ya. Uh,
Don't chew
yeah.
this. Yeah, so good.
When the like, but then you think, okay, we got the triumphant music, we're good. The explosion happens, it blows him back onto the train, which
Mhm.
looks so cool.
It's such an incredible scene, especially in the pantheon of incredible Mission Impossible scenes, where he jumps from the helicopter to the train that is driving away from him, and the blast blow gives him
Yeah, it propels
enough
him
propulsion
into
to
the train,
actually
like, well, onto the train. Yeah,
make the
it
jump.
looks so cool. It's so exciting. But then you're like, you're not done yet because all of a sudden he's got this flaming ball still attached to the train from the cable, and the train is
Mhm.
stopping. Like, my daughter was watching, she was
Yeah.
like, "What? Dad, is he gonna die?" I was like, "There's 6 movies. He's not gonna die." She's like, "Dad, is he gonna die?" But that shot of the blade being that close to his throat, whew,
Yeah.
it's still one of those where you're just
Yeah.
like,
As it's just like,
"Oh, that's uncomfortable."
it's very
It's so
effective.
effective.
Well shot.
But that's like the way that first movie is set up. I love every part of it. Every added layer to it is so exciting. And I always feel
Mhm.
like I don't think I've ever let myself believe that I have caught every plot point in the first movie. I always
Mhm.
feel like there's something else there, like there's more giveaways or something throughout it. And I could be wrong,
Yeah.
but for a movie to still be giving me that kind of feeling every time I watch it, where I'm like, oh, I still feel like I missed something here. I feel like
Yeah.
that's a strength in that film because it keeps you
Mhm.
constantly like on your toes when you watch it. I never feel like I can do other
Yeah.
stuff when I put that first Mission Impossible in. I feel like no, it garners my full attention here. Like I need to.
Yeah. I've done like reading to make sure that I feel like I know what the official
Yeah,
story is, but there's a lot of uncertainty in the way that Ethan's trying to figure it out. He's not totally confident on some of the details. So, particularly the part where he feels like Krieger, played
yeah.
by Jean Reno, is the guy who like stabbed some of his teammates and was involved since the beginning. That part feels like, why would Krieger, a guy that they recruited from the IMF disavowed list online with Luther, they recruit 2 guys. One of them is the guy who also betrayed his team and worked with Phelps and all this stuff. Maybe it's a short list of people that are on the disavowed list who are
Yeah.
free this week, but that part feels a little bit convenient. But I always chalk it up to, he doesn't really know. He's like, well, maybe somebody like Krieger who's
I
willing to
feel
work
like
for
that's always
hire
been a thing
did
where
that.
like Claire was the one that brought Krieger in. Like that was her
Yeah,
call.
she could have definitely
And
directed him
so
into that because she knows
that
she
always
needs
makes
his
sense to
help.
me, especially when Ethan is figuring stuff out and he has that, like, you see his thought process of, oh, I think that was Krieger holding
Hmm.
that knife. Like, because I've seen the knife, I held the
He
knife. Yeah.
recognized it. Yeah,
It would make sense because he's also figuring out, like, I think Claire is actually part of this. So it would make sense
yeah,
that,
yeah. It could have led him to Claire in the sense that she
yeah.
pushed so hard for him to get Krieger if he didn't really want him or
And
whatever.
Luther's the dude. Every
Luther's the MVP. He's the original gangster of the group.
he really is. He is the lone OG. Like no one else has made it.
Yeah,
It's him and Ethan. That's it.
I love that. I love that Ving Rhames, this giant presence is a computer hacker. Like, he's so against type, but he's like this famous hacker tech guy who just wants all this cool technology and wants to
he's
keep it after the
like, I
mission's
can be in the
over.
field, I can fire a gun if I have to, but just I'm the guy in the van. Just leave me in the van.
Mhm.
That's all I want to do. That's all I'm here for. And he's
the best.
awesome.
I love him.
Yeah, that first Mission Impossible, man, it's every time. It's just so exciting. It's so unique. If you go on like an action movie marathon,
Yeah.
you can do 90s style, 80s, or combo, whatever. No matter what combination of action movies you pick, that first Mission Impossible is going to be the one that sticks out because it's so different.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a 90s action movie. Yeah, it's 90s. I mean, it's 96. And it's right for the time.
Yeah.
Everything's based for that time. And I think the franchise has really used that to their advantage of like, no, we'll make every film is present at the time that it comes out. It's not we're jumping way back in time or we're jumping way ahead in time. It's we're present. It's constantly present. And I think that adds more strength. And it helps to understand like Ethan has been chasing bad guys and saving the world for so many years. We're going on like 30 years.
He's a veteran. He's been in the field forever.
Even when he tried to get out of the field, he was out of the field. He was a teacher. and he still ended up back in.
Just when I think I'm out, they sucked me back in.
I just
so Mission Impossible 2 then. You said John Woo's movies are very Michael Bay-esque. They are, especially this one. I feel like Mission Impossible 2 is the most... It doesn't help that it's also a very early 2000s movie. Everything about the style of it is early 2000s, which I think accentuates the John Woo-ness. It's not like old 70s John Woo with Chow Yun-fat. It's a lot of his trademarks, the doves, the slow-mo, the diving sideways shooting gun stuff. But
which worked in Face Off. It works great in Face Off. I will defend that. And it looks cool in some scenes in MI2. Like the diving sideways is fine. That's cool. The excessive dove use gets a little like, oh my God.
It does. When he's on the island and it's like the third or fourth dove scene, I'm like, I get it. I do it once and then it'll be enough. But 3 or 4 times is too much doves.
But what gets me every time I watch it, and it even my daughter noticed it, like, not everything that happens to a vehicle while it's driving, even at excessive speed, warrants like that explosion.
Excessive explosions. Yeah. At least in the final motorcycle joust towards each other, there is a spliced in shot zoomed in on that. There's a bullet hole and there's gas leaking out. So even though you're going to question how these dudes jumped off, how the bikes that were going straight also end up in the air and crash into each other, don't worry about that. Just realize there's
a bullet hole with gas leaking out. So obviously
it makes perfect sense.
It's going to ignite instantly. Yeah, the editing on that part, just that part, is off. It feels very off. Hard cut.
And then they're driving at each other, and then they don't jump up, run into each other, then start traveling sideways onto the beach as the gun flies out of his pocket and lands in the sand, and they
then the
fall into the beach.
Louis all over. But we're jumping way ahead.
Maybe the explosions of the bikes propel them like the helicopter in the tunnel scene. Maybe that's what happened. I'm not a physicist, so I don't know.
You know, I don't.
But one way you can...
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, one way you can tell the director of Face Off made this movie is it definitely has the most ever rubber mask reveals of any of the movies. And the bad guy uses the rubber masks almost more than Ethan Hunt does.
Use the mask more often than Ethan Hunt does in this one. He does.
There you go.
He really does.
Granted, he's he's an ex-IMF agent
He's a
who
bit of a
decided
hothead.
to,
He's a loose cannon.
yeah, Ethan wasn't available because he was on holiday, and so they send this other dude who decides to just steal Chimera, which is a super virus, and its antidote. Well, he tries to steal the super virus, can't because the virusologist guy injected himself with this, but he did steal the antidote, which is called Bellerophon. It doesn't matter; it never comes back really.
Bellafron.
Bellafron. And so the whole movie is about this super virus. I do really like the scene where the scientist sees the kids playing Ring Around the Rosie. It's like a fun little Black Death reference.
If you know what Ring Around the Rosie actually is, you're like, why do we let kids sing this with smiles on their faces?
Super dark and terrifying.
I don't hate MI2. I know it gets a lot of flack. I make fun of it as well because it kind of deserves some of it. But I've never hated it. I've always thought like, yeah, it's the weakest of the whole series, but there's some cool stuff in it. It's definitely like it's entertaining. Right. I think what actually hurts it the most, I know we just ripped into all the like excessive explosions and doves, and excessive use of face masks, actually. But what kills it is the amount of slow-mo. It drags so bad.
There are scenes that do not need slow-mo. That is a huge, for sure, fact. As particularly the non-action scenes, like particularly the dance scene when he meets
is ridiculous. The girl. That whole sequence, like it just goes on and on and on, and you're like,
come on,
this doesn't feel like it's propelling the story at all.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like romantic or something, but the romance is probably my biggest complaint of the movie, in that Ethan is supposed to meet this girl, seduces her and has sex with her, and then by the next morning they're in love immediately. And that whole thing is wild. She's an ex-lover of the villain, and so they convince her to go back undercover with him. But it seems so forced that they're in love with each other, and so Ethan cares about her and needs to protect her. I get the reason for it in the story, but it's just too quickly.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I don't.
The romance has always felt. I feel like the romance was a studio decision. Yeah. Came out in 2000.
Yeah.
I feel like there was probably a whole slew of rom-coms coming out at that time, so everyone was like, if you don't have a love interest, your movie's not going to do it. You have to have love.
Yeah. And we need it to be sexy because it's 2000.
Right. It's either going to be...
And it's Tom Cruise with long hair.
Yeah, it's either going to be high school love or you got to like romanticize the shit out of this with like awkward adult love. Yeah. I think the romance in this one is... It gets in the way, and it gets in the way too quick. The whole scene where he's like chasing her in the car, you're like, oh, this is fun. He's already like got up to her, but then it keeps going, and then they start trying to crash each other, and then they do that slow-mo where they're like, spinning around, and then they have that.
It's like a dance,
and then they have that like
getting on the dance floor,
lustful look in their eyes.
They almost died, but they're like super turned on by it.
Oh yeah. Even my daughter was like, Dad, what? It's like, I promise you the action shows up eventually. Just bear with it. It's just like, okay. There was my kid during the whole, like, that first little bit, and I like Tandy Newton. She's a good actress. I think she does well in the movie, but it was funny to me watching this with my daughter because the whole scene where she's like stealing the jewels from the guy and he's kind of testing her, and they have that weird, like, flirty, playful, whatever between the whole scene. My daughter was like, does her boobs have to be out like this, Dad? And I was like, I'm sorry, I can't control the film. She's like putting the jewels in her cleavage, and my daughter is just like, women don't do that, Dad. I'm like,
In
In
movies, they
they
do.
do. This is common. But it
Yeah,
was funny because
it's a
my
hiding
daughter
place.
was like, I don't like this movie, Dad. And nothing had happened yet. And I was like, I promise. Like,
I could see that just based on the style because it's such a 2000
yeah.
style movie. The lighting, the editing, the sequences, the like credits, everything is just so 2000.
Very.
And and it's one of those like early 2000 movies that when I saw it as a kid, it was
Mhm.
awesome. And Ethan climbing with those Oakleys was awesome. But just over time, I've just cooled off on it so much. I don't hate it either, but it is definitely way
Oh, it's
weaker
so
than the
even.
other ones.
I will say,
Mostly for the romance and the plot holes
like,
and
the
things like
opening
that.
is still really cool. Him climbing like that, it was the first time
Yeah.
where it was like stunt work in a Mission Impossible movie was like, you saw him rappel in the room. That was cool.
Hmm.
Watch him climb this like mountain or the structure with no
Yeah.
wires. And
Go
then
for
they were
real.
like, oh no, he actually did this without wires. And
Yeah.
that MI2, if anything, still garners your respect as a fan of the franchise because it
Hmm.
really kicked off the whole Tom Cruise stunt work in a Mission Impossible film. Like it really did. He
Yeah.
does his own driving, he did the climb,
Hmm.
and it's stuff that
He parachutes out of that
yeah,
bioscience
like this is stuff that
building
he
and
just started escalating. He does a lot of the same kind of stunt, but everything's always on a bigger scale all of a sudden. I've always liked the
yeah.
opening. I like him climbing it. It looks cool. That
Mhm.
slow mo works where he makes that leap across. That
Yeah,
works. That's
for
cool.
sure.
I've never. I like the story of MI2. I like the idea of like, hey, we got to try and stop this black market sale of this
Mhm.
virus that could wipe out everyone. We have to get we got to destroy it, and we got to make sure we have any kind of traces. Like,
Mhm.
I like that idea. I like that
Yeah, and
it's
the villain's willingness to let this infected woman just wander around Australia in populated areas to get a bunch of other people
mhm,
sick, start an epidemic, so that they become shareholders in the
in the cure.
company,
Yeah,
so that they can sell the cure. That is very interesting and very
yeah.
evil. So high stakes, which is very
It
appreciated.
has really good parts. It has really good ideas. I think the villain is really good to a point. I think he's
Hmm.
way too emotional though during certain points because
Yeah,
he lets this infected woman wander in Sydney with the idea of like we're going to infect a large population so that they have to it's supply and demand. I have the cure,
yeah.
they need it from me so I can charge whatever I want. We're going to be rich and we'll have
Hmm.
shares in this company. I'm going to own this company essentially. That's
Yeah.
cold hearted. But then he's like weeping because my ex girlfriend doesn't love me anymore. Like, ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, he literally weeps. He has super cold moments, and you're like, ooh, he's evil. Like, he's good bad guy. And then he's like crying over a girl. And I'm like, I get crying over a girl, but dude,
Yeah. Yeah. At some
pick
point,
one.
you're supposed to be a bad
Right.
guy whose entire life is about, destroying the world or whatever. It does expand the mask usage by adding the
Yep.
voice strips on your neck where you can actually like vocally imitate anybody in the world. So that kind of builds on the last movie, I
Yeah.
feel like.
And it's always cool when you see like the familiar tech being used, but now they've got like the upgrades because the franchise is
Yeah.
all about being present. So as our tech in the real world is really expanding, they're going to expand their tech in the film,
Hmm.
which I really like. I think it's fun. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's some of the action's really cool. Uh,
Hmm.
MI2 is just such a weird entry.
It is an kind of an out of place entry. It's needed to watch the whole
Yeah.
series, and you don't skip it like some other franchises where you're like, we don't really need to watch that one. Um, so it's not that bad, but it's definitely way out
It
of
just
place.
doesn't feel. I mean, you get some cool. The fight on the beach is pretty cool. you get that close up shot of the tip of the knife playing with his eyelashes, which that's a real shot. They had to rig up this whole like system where he would drop full force and it was supposed to just stop. And so that's a real knife. That's his eye. That's like, those are Tom Cruise's eyelashes being prickled around with the tip of that knife. That's a lot of trust in that team making that.
Absolutely.
My daughter was,
how can that do it?
Off her rocker during that. She was like queasy. She couldn't look at the screen. That fight is cool. I really like that fist fight at the end, like where they're just beating the hell out of each other. You get some cool like mixed martial arts style fighting, which you get to see more of Ethan Hunt. Like, oh, this guy has like, his capabilities are, we're only ever seeing glimpses, like, and they continue that throughout the
situation
franchise.
dependent.
And it works for so long, but you know what part of it that I'm like, I just can't do this one. And I can't do it because when I saw it as a kid, I remember thinking like, how cool was that?
Is it kicking the sand and seeing the gun fly
and
up?
I remember trying so hard to kick an object.
You went out in your backyard and threw your gun in the ground.
Well, it wasn't, obviously it wasn't a gun. I mean, like squirt guns, but like any object where you kick it the way he does it, to pop it up into the air high enough where you're going to catch it, be able to fall in one smooth motion. And I remember as a kid being like, I get some things require a lot of practice. But every time I would go to kick it, it would just like get kicked. Like, like something's not adding up here. And now I watch it and I'm like bitter because as a kid,
I'm like, they had like compressed air.
They had a lot of stuff for that. But I'm like,
it's in exact contrast with like when I watched Rush Hour as a kid, and I could like practice and get pretty close to the things that Jackie Chan would do in one take. It would take me 100 times to do it, but I could try to get it. It's impossible.
You're not going to kick
a lot of the things here
like he does.
I
mean, I like the conclusion. Like the fight for the most part is pretty cool, except for the gun being kicked up. I like how their quiet moment during that scene is, you know, they've got, I don't even remember her name in the movie. Tandy Newton's character, you know, they've rescued her because she was going to commit suicide, and like we skipped over the whole movie, but that's okay. You miss a lot, really. MI2 is important to the character of Ethan Hunt because if anything, the romance he has with Tandy Newton's character, it just goes to show that despite being this agent, where agents are supposed to be cut off from emotion, like nothing can ever be personal, Ethan Hunt makes every mission personal. His team is always his number one priority. He's going to save his team. So MI2 is important in that aspect.
Yeah, it's as important to him to save one person as it is for him to save the whole world. Yeah, basically.
And that, I think that's an endearing characteristic that they build upon as the franchise moves forward. And he's constantly told, like, you can't be doing this. And he's like, this is how it is. Deal with it. And he makes it work. I think what's really...
Yeah, they're like, you just need to make sacrifices. He's like, do I though? Do I really need to? What if I didn't?
What I really appreciate is starting with Rogue Nation and moving on into Fallout, and I'm sure it'll just keep expanding even more in Reckoning 1 and 2, is the consequences of everything is coming back. He's made good decisions, you know, or he's made the decisions to protect his team and protect those that he cares about, but now it's like starting to bite him in the ass as the movies move forward.
Yeah, that's a lot of what Fallout is.
But MI2, I mean, it ends okay. It ends awkwardly because they try to end it with like this long...
Yeah, he found the love of his life and they're going to live happily ever after.
Like,
cut to... He is engaged to another girl.
Never to mention Australia again. And
No,
it's
not
like
at all.
they completely wasted the use of Anthony Hopkins as the head of the IMF. Like,
Yeah,
what a waste.
it
What a
was a huge
waste.
waste. Yeah, I always forget he's in it, and then he comes up. I'm like, "Hey, Anthony Hopkins is in this movie."
For like 3 scenes, and that's it.
Yeah,
Um, I remember when MI3 was coming out, because it was, what'd you say, 6 years after MI2?
yeah, 2006.
And I was like, I was excited for it because I got more Mission Impossible. But I remember a lot of people being kind of like, I mean, do we need one? And it was like, no, but this could be fun.
Right.
This could be really
Mhm.
fun.
Yeah, I would say it's not at all a franchise at this
Right.
point. It's a really good movie, an okay movie that I think has lost a lot of steam over time. And people are like, another Mission Impossible movie? What else is there to
Right.
do? Like, this is kind of the vein of the A Team, I Spy. All of these movies are like, okay, we tried it. It didn't really
Yeah.
work. And just let it die kind of
Now,
thing.
I hear over the years, I've heard a lot of people when they talk about this franchise, they dog on MI3. They're like, MI3 sucked, it
What?
failed, whatever. And I'm like, I distinctly
No way,
remember that
Jose.
theater being fucking packed. And I saw it a couple times in the
Yeah.
theater, and it was packed the couple times that I saw it. But I'm like, MI3 is that's a solid third film, in my opinion. Is it perfect?
I think it's
No.
beyond solid. I think it like I said before, I basically rebooted the
Yeah. I take it
franchise.
like that too, where like
And
this feels like all of a sudden they took what we knew in the first one. They kind of were
mhm,
like, we'll build on the characteristics of Ethan Hunt and Luther in this one, like from MI2,
yeah.
but that was a step in the wrong direction. We're gonna give you something high stakes, and
Mhm,
we're gonna show you something that's
yeah.
like intense from the get go. You're not gonna have
Yeah.
a
Kind of much more grounded and
yeah.
gritty, and
Oh, very
I
gritty.
think it's builds on like the Batman
Yeah.
Begins from 2005 thing. Um Also, Casino Royale came out in 2006. There's kind of this gritty reboot thing happening in this time
Yeah.
frame. I think they did the same thing with Mission Impossible without changing the lead
Right.
actor.
They're like, we're continuing Ethan's job of saving the world constantly.
Yeah.
I the third one is so good to me. Like it's hard for me to rank this franchise. I honestly don't know if I can, like fairly.
Yeah.
All I know is like the first one is my favorite just because it's that movie just clicked and connected so well. But three, four,
Yeah.
5, and 6 are like they're all on par for me. I love all of
Mhm.
them so much, but that third one, that one's exciting. And I remember
Oh, super
when
exciting.
my daughter and I were about to watch it because we binged the whole franchise.
Mhm.
I remember getting ready to start it, and I told her like, "This one, this one's intense."
Yeah.
And she was like, "What do you mean?" The opening to the MI3 is so
Mhm.
brutal, and it's so like it's kind of difficult to watch. I remember the first time watching this movie and being like, "Holy shit!" Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Dropping you at the climax of the movie from the very beginning as he's having the conversation with the villain about trying to save his wife. You're like, "Oh my god, this is
right?
intense."
Like, you don't get to breathe. You don't get to be like, "Oh,
No.
what a fun opening." You're like, "What?"
Yeah. And then you watch the rest of the movie with the dread of building up to that moment
Because you
again,
know it's coming.
knowing knowing all of the backstory that led to
Yeah,
it.
it's so intense. It's so intense. I love how quiet. Like, there's no music in that opening scene. It's just
Mhm.
him trying to plead for like his wife's life, and they're where's the rabbit's foot? Where's the rabbit? Like,
Mhm.
I've got it. Like he's trying every trick in the book frantically, and it's failing. And let's just
Yeah.
note when it comes to like, I can't believe rewatching this franchise, Jake. I was like, I think I fucked up for our top villains
Okay.
list. I was like, how did I
Yeah.
not have any of the Mission Impossible villains? Because
Yeah.
starting from the third
Especially
one
Owen Davian.
to Fallout, I'm like, these villains are top
Yeah.
notch.
Top tier for sure. Yeah, I think Owen Davian is among the best, for
He's
sure.
frightening.
I he's so frightening. He's like he's one of those epic villains that could span multiple movies. He's just so intimidating and terrifying.
Intimidating.
And he's refuses to be intimidated by Ethan. Just the way that he gets interrogated by him, doesn't give up anything. He's like, you know what? That was really rude, and I'm really upset with you for doing that to me. And now I'm going to kill you and your wife, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. He's so cold, and
like he's the kind of villain.
final.
And my daughter immediately was like, I don't like this guy. I don't know if I can watch this movie. You know, they do the countdown, and then you get the Mission Impossible where it's the fuse being lit and stuff.
Yeah.
And my daughter looked at me and she was like, I don't know if I'm going to watch this one, Dad. I was like, it pays off.
Yeah, I do feel like it is pretty abrupt from the last movie to just jump into this movie and be like, okay, that was fun. This is super serious now, and you need to get on board really fucking quick.
But I kind of appreciate that.
Oh, I
think it was necessary. I really do, because the second one ends on such a weird, like romantic, like, oh, off into the sunset of Australia and happy-go-lucky, to just completely like, no, Ethan's life is not happy-go-lucky. Like, here's some, I don't want to say reality dose, but like, there it is. It's like,
yeah, I know I complained about the romance in the second one. Ethan is the most grounded, like the most settled down in this one, where he has a fiance and he's like in love. He's out of the field. And I think that it works because the movie kind of drops you in the middle of it. It's not like he met her yesterday and they fell in love like he did in number 2. They probably, you get the idea that, it's a real relationship.
There's a lot of hints of just how long, to the point where like, he's apparently kind of had to help her younger brother through some like shady shit, get him out of some trouble. You know, he's like, I don't really like your brother hanging around too much. And it's like long enough to be a part of, the full-fledged family. Like they are established. They live together. It's years after the second one. You can tell like Ethan has he thinks he has figured out how to balance the two.
Yeah. Right. And he's kept his wife in the dark to his life in the field that he doesn't know is a secret agent.
And sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I like seeing the other sides of the IMF in this one, where Billy Crudup's character kind of meets up with him at that gas station and kind of talks to him about, hey, remember this field agent that you trained at the academy or whatever the IMF has, if they have an academy. Remember her? She's gone missing. We need you to come into the field. And he's been out of the field for so long. And so you start to see that. You get to see Lawrence Fishburne's director of the IMF and their offices and how they kind of engage with Washington. I find that stuff very interesting.
Well, they show you more of the like political side of the agency, that it's not all the field sides. You're getting 2 perspectives in the third one. And that's really the first time. Well, I mean, you kind of do in the first one, just from Kittredge and how he tries to explain stuff. But this is the first one where you're getting like the technical side of it, not just the cool gadgets and stuff, which the gadgets are awesome. But I love the Office stuff. I think Lawrence Fishburne was a fantastic. I kind of wish he would have stuck around longer, but Alec Baldwin does.
Me too.
He's good. I'll give Baldwin that credit. He fit pretty well. But Fishburne was like don't fuck with me. Like, don't
Yeah.
piss me off. And you believed him
Yeah.
when he's mad
You
and
did.
he's like calling people out. You're like, yeah, I would not want to be at that table when he's like, oh, you said you have evidence of this. I would like to see that on my desk, like now. Go get it. Like,
Yeah. Yesterday.
shit.
Yeah. They try to get you to believe that he might be the mole of the IMF, but I never really, I think,
I never bought it,
think
but
that,
I never believed that you were supposed to buy into it completely. Because you're already
yeah.
trying to figure out so much with that third movie, and bringing up the
Mhm.
idea of like an insider again is that's your member berry to the first one again. Like, oh man, another mole like shit.
Yeah.
And then Ethan gets blamed again, and you're like, oh god.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of do, I guess, because you don't really know him, and Billy Crudup's character seems like Ethan's friend, and he's been his friend for a long time, so you don't really suspect him either. So you suspect Lawrence Fishburne more, I guess, as Brassel.
You know what else I really like on the third one? And it's reminiscent to the first movie of you get to see Ethan Hunt fail.
Mm-hmm.
Like you see the mission completely shit the bed. I think that's important to see sometimes. I think it's important for Hunt to constantly, like, it keeps him, I guess, grounded or always understanding that he's good at what he does. And when he succeeds, it's amazing. But when he fails, and he can fail, like, I think that always keeps his confidence at a healthy place because he's never cocky in any of the movies.
Right. Yeah, if you win 100% of the time, you're going to get cocky, and it's good for him to realize the stakes of it, whether it's something that will destroy everybody on the planet or just one person he cares about. To fail is for sure, I think, and how he responds to that failure most specifically, that's very important. I really like everything that Kerry Russell is in. And this being a J.J. Abrams movie, it's kind of funny that she's also
right.
Felicity.
That Felicity shows up.
And so you get to see Felicity be a badass with a gun for a little bit. But she does have a device implanted in her brain by the villain, and they are about to try to shock her with defibrillators to short circuit the explosive. But the fucking defibrillator takes 25 seconds to charge. And I'm like, are you kidding me with this life-saving device that's supposed to be used in an emergency?
And it's just not charging.
Yeah, it's like, please stand by. It will be 25 seconds until you can save this person you're trying to save.
It's amazing how, like, when you don't pay any attention to time, it goes by like that. But when you're like, under the gun or waiting on it, you're like, this is the longest amount of time that could ever pass by.
Yeah. And not only is she, about to die from this explosive in her head, but they're being chased in a helicopter through a windmill farm. It's terribly exciting.
It's
I love
insane.
That whole sequence.
And all of this happens.
And you don't you expect them to save her. Like, of course they're going to save her. And so when she does that thing and her eyes go different directions, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, like executed. And I mean, it's not a gory fashion, but it's so brutal.
No, it's effective.
Yeah, and the way that Hunt responds to it, I like how they splice, like, him being a teacher, like he's training her how to do hand-to-hand combat, and I appreciated that. I didn't think the flashbacks were like too much. I also really like that they didn't really, at least to me, I could be wrong, but to me, they didn't lean into like a potential romance between him and the student. I've heard some people like complain about that, or they bring that up, and I'm like, I don't see the romance. I really take it as he's just a mentor, and she just happened to be that student that he was able to teach the best to. Maybe, she was the first one, essentially.
Yeah, or very promising or whatever.
And for him to lose his student during a mission that like should have been achievable, they almost achieved it. They got the asset out.
Yeah. Right.
there's a lot to Hunt in the third movie, and I love how he I love his drive
Hmm.
afterwards. He's sad, he's heartbroken,
Yeah.
but he's kind of like, well, now I'll
Also
now
pissed
I'm
off.
pissed. Now nothing's gonna hold me back. Even if I'm strapped to a gurney with a face mask and I'm handcuffed to the fucking bed, like nothing's stopping me from
Yeah.
figuring all of this out. Which
Yeah.
he still never
Yeah.
figures all of it out, which I also really like.
That's a great character quality, I think, in all of the movies. This is just ability to never give
Yeah.
up, even when the missile's gone off or whatever. Like they're past the point of no return, and there's no way they can possibly win. He's like, but maybe there
Right,
is,
because
and we
that's the
can
name
just
of
figure
their
it out.
agency. It's the impossible mission.
Yeah.
It's when it's
Yeah. We wouldn't have a job if it was easy.
right,
It's
right.
supposed to be impossible.
But I like that when you start learning about like the rabbit's foot. I
Hmm.
I know it probably drove a lot of people crazy. I love that they never tell you what the weapon actually is.
It's the most MacGuffin in all of the
Yeah.
movies because it is just a thing they need to get for the bad guy, or the bad guy needs to get, and he gets Ethan to get it for
Right.
him. We don't really know if it poses a threat or not, other than the fact that Philip Seymour Hoffman plays the most terrifying villain. So you don't really care. You do feel like whatever it is, it's bad because this man is very, very
Right. Like
bad.
you kind of have to accept like this could potentially be world ending in the long run. And it has to be like it can't be let out. You have to get this thing. I think
Yeah.
as MacGuffin as it is, it still works for the story of MI3.
Yeah. It is very much like how the agents in the field are. You have this mission, you need to get this thing. It's above your pay grade to even really care
Right.
about anything else. Like, you don't need to know what it is, just stop it.
Yeah, this is also the one where we get like a new team. We get introduced to some new team members, and Luther comes back. Every time Luther reappears,
And
you're
we
like, yes.
Yeah. And we get
And
Benji
we
for
get
the first
Benji,
time.
who's like
Benji's
an
great.
office dork. He doesn't go out in the field.
Yeah.
He's stuck inside. He's still very like preliminary. I think that's so much fun to watch him go from this like geeky little dude in the IMF, and now he's a full-fledged field agent who still doesn't get in too much trouble. Like he gets in trouble, but he's always still kind of, I'll fire the gun if I have to, but you go first.
More
Ethan.
than Luther.
You
even.
go first.
I do really like, I think they do a good job of figuring out Benji's role throughout all the movies, because technically or skill wise, there's a lot of overlap with Luther. And so if you were like trying to pick a team, you wouldn't be like, okay, I need the 2 computer dorks to always be on my team, and then I'll do all the hard stuff because I'm Tom Cruise. But they find a way to make it not feel like they're pigeonholed or whatever. It's like, we have Luther, he'll do whatever he needs to do, basically, and Benji, he'll do whatever he needs to do, and we'll add some fresh faces every movie anyway.
Anyways, yeah. But Benji, I love the character of Benji. I think he's fun. He's always like clearly he's intelligent. Clearly he's skilled. But he's always he always has a certain kind of innocence to him, which I think is like, it makes him entertaining. Yeah, he's like the comedic relief almost, but it's never overboard.
Right.
Like he's just sarcastic, or he'll point out
dry
something
British
where he's
way
like,
anyway.
I can't believe we're doing this, or like a matter of fact kind of thing. And he always wants to be the one to wear the mask.
Kind of like the audience's, he's the audience's voice of reason. Like, are we really doing this right now?
Yeah, I love when it's so crazy when like Ethan Hunt gets accused again, and he's like actually captured. Him being captured, that whole chase when he's like running, and the CIA and IMF are like hunting him down. Him getting shocked when he's on top of the truck, like that looks painful, man. It looks painful every time I watch it.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good sequences. The whole Vatican sequence
Oh yeah.
where they need to abduct Davian at first and use the rubber mask on him and all that stuff. That was all really really good. And then yeah, the bridge sequence where they're trying to get
Dude, the
him
bridge is
out,
nuts.
and then he gets Davian gets recaptured by the bad guys. Is so intense as well.
Well, the third one kind of introduces you to a style of like villain that you see really common. I think this leads or really adds to your the third one is kind of like the a soft reboot or here's what we always meant
Hmm.
for this franchise to be
Hmm.
because of the like that style of villain who is gonna pull the trigger. They don't care.
Hmm.
They're gonna destroy like nothing is sacred to them other than how much they're gonna make by selling the certain kind of weapon or like having control onto the world itself. But we get
Yeah,
to the Syndicate a couple movies from now. Um,
yeah. Yeah, I think the most lasting effect of the third one is Ethan's love for
yeah,
Julia, his fiance, who he marries before he goes on the mission, and then she gets tangled up in all of the stuff when Davian kidnaps her, and then she ends up having to save Ethan. So she kind of is part of the world, the life. Uh,
briefly, yeah.
but then Ethan needs to also get her out of it, so to save her and
The
protect
whole
her.
sequence on the airplane. To me, that is
Yeah.
like this was one of those scenes, Jake, rewatching these that I was really thinking to myself, like, I think I fucked up. Because that whole scene, when he's got him like outside the airplane, he's cutting the straps, trying to get him,
Yeah.
and Luther, everyone's freaking out. When he pulls him back up and everything kind of settles back down, and Davian's kind of like he says Ethan. When he says his name,
Yeah.
it's so like ominous and it's so just oh.
Yeah. And the fact that all he needed to know was your first name, and now your entire life is fucked
Right.
up.
And like everyone knows it. Everyone knows
Yeah.
a mistake has just been made.
We gave him too much. Yeah.
He's so cold and calculated. Ugh. See what the villain in MI3 is long lasting, but I will always absolutely love, and I get excited every time I watch it and it comes up. The pendulum
Hmm.
swing when he has to go and steal the rabbit's foot.
Yeah.
Fuck, I love that scene so much.
I think of it as the baseball scene because they're
Yeah.
launching the baseballs at the roof to distract those guards.
When my daughter watched this, I was like, okay, so he wasn't actually on this building, but they set, the set. I think the set was like
Hmm.
50 feet or something like that. I was like, he did jump and he did like get propelled. And my daughter's watching it when they do that over the head shot of him and you're looking down into
Hmm.
the city. My daughter was just like, oh, I don't feel good. It's like you should have seen it in the
Yeah.
theater.
Yeah, that's an
I
incredible
love
scene
that
too.
stunt. I love like it's intense. He's gonna make it, but it's still intense, especially when he's sliding backwards, like shooting the
Yeah.
guys and getting closer to the edge. He's not gonna fall off, but at the same time, you're just like, don't you gotta stop sliding, you gotta stop sliding, you gotta stop sliding. Like don't die,
Right.
don't die, don't die, don't die. That third one I think is I can't believe all the negative stuff that I've heard about because it is it's intense, it's high stakes, it
Hmm.
has some very fun moments. Watching Tom Cruise run through the city at the end
Yeah.
is like it's
Shanghai. Yeah.
exhausting. Him running from rooftop to rooftop to rooftop back onto like the bridges and the sidewalks through the crowds.
Hmm.
I used to run for fun. Ugh. I can't imagine
Not
not
sprint.
a dead sprint for that long. And that's what he does. Is like he
Yeah.
sprint.
It's like a continuous take for the entire time too.
I just think that third one offered so much. And I remember more people enjoying it. And every time I hear someone complain about it, I'm always like, I don't understand the complaint to it, because
Yeah, I
that
don't either.
movie is
It's great.
pretty good and
It
it holds up. And let's face it, even though it's super quick and not drawn out, which I really appreciate actually, but when Hunt finally kills the dude,
Yeah.
it's satisfying. You don't need to watch him suffer.
Yeah,
You
getting
just want
hit
him
by that
gone.
car. Yeah. Yeah, it's a relief for
You
sure.
get a nice breather. You get that happy ending where they finally tell you, like, I work for the IMF. It stands for Impossible Mission. And even Julia's like, that's a ridiculous name. Like,
Yeah, that sounds made
right.
up. Yeah, nobody actually works for the Impossible Mission Force. That's silly.
It holds up to me. And the ending of the third one, where they're walking down the hallway and they're like saying goodbye or whatever. Had they decided to conclude it there, that would have felt like that's a good conclusion. Yeah. But it always still felt like he's probably got something coming up.
He's got more up his sleeve.
And we do.
Yeah. Yeah, so Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, which is the first one with a subtitle and the fourth movie in the franchise. It keeps kicking things up a notch, I think, from now on.
Well, and this was another one I remember when they announced it, and I remember people being like, a fourth Mission Impossible? How many of these do we need? Like, oh my God. And it was like, what year did Ghost Protocol come out? It's like
2011.
I was going to say 12.
Yeah.
But Cruise's...
Yeah, so 5 years after the last one.
Yeah, Cruise's height of insanity, especially revolving around Scientology, like, there were several years where that was all very high.
All people... Peaked. Yeah. It's all that people thought of when they looked at him.
Yeah, so him coming back for a fourth Mission Impossible, people rolling their eyes just in general at a fourth installment of a franchise, because typically you're going to roll your eyes at a fourth installment on top of all the controversy that surrounded him, or surrounds, I should say. Or no, it doesn't seem as bad anymore. Anyways.
No, I think it's died off a lot.
I think it was a gutsy thing. I think it was also a safe call on his part to be like, people know me in this franchise. They're comfortable with this franchise.
Yeah.
I think it's a safe bet. And for as many people that rolled their eyes at it, I think the first time we all saw the trailers for it and then actually went to the movie, immediately were like, any kind of prejudgment that I may have had is gone.
I think that's extremely true. I think even if there was like a PR meeting about, okay, Tom, your image is a little bit shaky. People kind of feel like you're a little bit weird. He's like, okay, but look at this footage of me climbing this building in Dubai. And they're like, oh my God, that's awesome. There's a whole movie like this. I want to see it immediately.
He's like, yes, but there's more.
Yes. Just wait, there is more. No, I think that's exactly what happened. He's like, people will forget and forgive immediately when they see all of the insane shots in the trailer.
And immediately people did. People were like, he's insane in the real world, but man, Mission Impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, all you need to do is release one behind-the-scenes promo of him actually climbing that building, and people are like, I need to see this.
There's no way he does it. Shit, he's doing it. Shit.
Yeah, it's insane.
Ghost Protocol's a cool movie. Yeah, I really like Ghost Protocol.
It is definitely a cool movie. It is different than the other ones as well. I feel like they all feel a little different. Brian Bird directed this one, so I think having a different director for most of them also is probably a big reason for that. The gist, the premise is that Ethan's in prison now, randomly. Yeah. He's in a Russian prison and needs to be broken out by Benji, who's in the field for the first time, and then also a new person, Jane Carter. She and her partner, Josh Holloway, who's Sawyer from Lost, they were trying to stop some dude, and he got assassinated by a assassin, as one often does in this line of work. And she stole some codes that they were trying to achieve, some launch codes. And so now she's going to sell them for diamonds, because she sells everything for diamonds. That's like her thing. And so Ethan's in a prison in Russia. They need to break him out. The whole prison break sequence is all very good and entertaining.
It's fun.
So
Like,
you're into it immediately.
yeah, the movie opens with, the chase. It's very fast. It's very abrupt. I remember for us Lost fans being like, Josh Holloway's going to be in Mission Impossible. This is awesome. He doesn't even make it like 10 minutes into the movie and he gets killed. And we're like, oh, okay. All right.
R.I.P.
But you still like, it's an abrupt opening with kind of like a bad outcome. You understand there's our setup.
Yeah.
The prison break scene is fun.
Yeah.
It's very enjoyable. It's very it's action packed. It's the fight. It's Tom Cruise. I mean, he's back with the long hair. So people are like, oh yeah, Tom Cruise with long hair.
Yeah. We're doing every other movie at this point.
Right.
And Ethan is being broken out of prison, but also still very much in control, because he's not following the normal path. He's like, I will leave when I'm good and ready. I need to go get this other guy, and we're going to break him out.
I kind of made a deal with this dude. We're doing this together.
Yeah. And but when they get in the tunnels or the sewers or whatever, when he turn around and he winks at the audience and he says, light the fuse, and then you get the whole intro theme. That's very fun. And how the fuse just kind of goes along throughout the whole credits. That's awesome.
Yeah. The fourth one, I remember immediately being like, ooh, this feels like a good combination of everything that we just seen in the previous three. This could be a really interesting one. I was also excited that it was coming off of the heels with what, I just lost the dude's name. He's the villain in the first John Wick movie, Jake.
The which villain? The main villain? Not the kid.
No, his dad. I just lost that actor's name, but
I have no idea what
that actor was kind of a big name all of a sudden because of the Swedish films of the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo trilogy.
Okay.
He played the main character. And I remember
Mikael
Blomkvist, right?
Mikael
Nyquist. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Sure.
I remember being excited that he was in it because I like the Swedish Girl with the Dragon Tattoo films. And it was, to me, it was going to be fun seeing him in an American film.
Yeah.
And him as a villain, he's a good villain. He's a different kind of villain, but he's a good villain. And I love the whole thing of oh my God, my brain just fucking stopped.
I like when they're at the Kremlin and he's doing his own thing, where he has his own mission that's happening in parallel with the Impossible Mission Forces mission, and they don't really notice until it's too late that this guy is stealing the stuff out of the Kremlin and then also planting a bomb and blaming them for it.
Not the only one struggling with words. Yes.
And blaming the IMF for its detonation, or the US, and by proxy, basically.
Right. That whole Kremlin, I really like the Kremlin sequence. It's fun, it's intense, but it has some good humor utilized into that spy-ness of the story.
That sheet that they put up to project the thing behind them so they can go down the hall without being seen, and then you get Benji's big dumb face in the middle of it. There's a lot of good sequences like that in there.
Yeah, the fourth one I think the fourth one figured out the formula for the right amount of comedic moments and dialogue mixed into the intensity of the story itself.
Yeah, and that is still very high stakes, very serious, but we're also human beings who
Right.
screw up, and sometimes it's funny.
I think where the movie kind of like, even with the Kremlin explosion, where the movie
Mhm.
really kind of like brings you back down to understand there's some serious shit going down. Like things are bad is the whole idea behind the name of the movie of the Ghost Protocol of like
Yeah,
you're being blamed for it. Like once
right.
again.
Yeah. So the president of the United States has the ability to invoke Ghost Protocol, which means that he has disbanded and disavowed the entire IMF,
Mhm.
which is crazy to think that a president has like a thing that he can do to completely to solve this entire private company if he needs
Well, by the
to,
time the
because they're
fourth
that
movie has
important
rolled
to her.
around, I've always felt that the IMF has kind of like become a subset of the CIA. Like it's just they work in tandem
Yeah,
at this point. They're connected at this point. So I could see the
yeah,
president. I might just be trying to give an excuse for it, but let's face it, it's
yeah.
politics, Jake. They'll do what they want. Fuckers.
It's true. It's true. And when you blow up your biggest adversary's intelligence building, which is also very historical, and they're looking for, I mean, it's an act of
Yeah.
war essentially if they think the US government did it. So they need to shutter this thing immediately and disavow every agent involved.
Yeah, there's no PR that's going to help out at this point. So it's just
No,
you're the scapegoat.
no.
You're going to be the one to take the blame. Um,
Yeah. So they uh, try to disavow the entire IMF, which leaves Ethan and his team kind of out on an island.
mhm.
They don't have a home base. They don't have anything, but they know that this guy, Michael Nyquist's character, stole like a launch system for nuclear weapons out of the Kremlin, and so they need to get it back, basically.
Yeah, it's essentially to not only save the world, that's the big like why we got to do this, but it's also to
Hmm.
clear their name. Like we got to prove
Yeah.
we were not the ones behind all of this. So we're going to continue this mission
Right.
because it's just what we have to do. There's no choice. I like that Hunt
Hmm.
gives everyone the option like you can head out right now. There's no
Hmm.
choice. Everyone understands that like no, we're kind of stuck here. Like
Yeah. Yeah. I either go home and watch TV or I contribute to saving the world and getting our names back on
right.
track.
Well, and I've always figured
Yeah,
like
there's
they wouldn't be able to go home to just relax and just call it a part of their history. They'd be hunted by the U.S. government
right.
essentially to make sure you're not doing
Hmm.
anything.
And I really enjoy all of the sequences where the Russian detective
Mhm.
guy is following Ethan around and he finds him in the hospital and and there's a lot of good comedic moments in that where Ethan's like trying to like jump out the window and the guy's like, okay, we're in time now.
right.
Are you really gonna do that or are you gonna come back inside? It's really funny.
Lights a cigarette on the window, like, no, you're good. Come on.
Yeah. Take your time.
But we're also introduced to Agent Brandt, which is this is when Jeremy Renner joined
Yeah.
the franchise. And he's kind of a mystery, as he's supposed to be. Um,
Hmm.
but never the kind of mystery where you take him as like a villainous character. At least I never took it that way.
Right.
I just figured like, nah, he's this guy that just kind of wrong place, wrong time when the
Yeah.
secretary was assassinated, and now he's stuck with Ethan Hunt.
Right. Yeah, you introduced to him as like a data analyst, but it becomes very clear very quickly that he has a lot of skills that could only be honed in that field. He's
right.
kind of like has a lot of physical combat skills and Ethan Hunt type skills that kind of means there's more to him than meets the eye. And then through the course of the movie, he starts dropping little details like, well, I used to be in the field and I was responsible for watching this couple one time. And that couple ended up being Ethan Hunt and Julia while they were like living their best life.
Yeah,
And she died.
it's when you're like, because you're wondering the whole time, Ethan's married. Where is Julia? He's been in a Russian
Right.
prison. Where is the wife? And then
Yeah.
Brant's story comes out, and you find out, like, well, she died.
Yeah. They drop a little hint early in the movie where I think Luther or somebody's like, yeah, it didn't work
Yeah.
out or something. Um, and then Brant's story, you're like, no, she died and I was supposed to save her. And I don't think Ethan knows, and I don't know how to tell him that I'm now
Which
suddenly on his team and I let his wife die.
I definitely like that. That's a sad scene to me. And you feel, at least to me,
Yeah.
like you feel that kind of conflict in Brant of like, how do I even face this guy? How do I even like,
Jeremy Renner does a great job
he
with
really
it.
does. Renner was a good fit for this franchise. Kind of wish he would have come back, but you know, Marvel's paycheck was a little bit larger, so
Yeah. Yeah. There's always time.
There is. Yeah, I love the like all the little setups that Ethan Hunt has to do with. They have some equipment, but it's nowhere near the amount that he's used to having on hand. They've got kind of a shoddy mask maker, which getting to watch how the masks actually get made in the field would be cool, except that it like shorts out and doesn't work.
Yeah, it is a cool thing that gives you the idea. You're like, I don't know how you can possibly make these things that are super realistic and lifelike that quickly. And to see one kind of work, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. Like, it makes sense. I do enjoy all of the technology not working.
Yeah.
I think this movie could, or it starts to lean way hard on the technology with the gloves that stick to the outside of the building and stuff. But I enjoy that those fail and he has to do it with his bare hands for real. That's awesome. The like magnetic levitation suit that Brant wears and that Benji drives, there's some good comedic moments in that, but it's also like super techy. And then the car they drive in India has like a heads up display, and it's super like electric and super futuristic and stuff. It feels like the most, here's all these cool tech things that we have, which the other movies don't really have that as much. It's a super small gripe of mine, but I definitely notice it stands out as like kind of awkward.
Well, at least you appreciate that most of the tech they use ends up backfiring on them. And the gloves are
I love
definitely the most memorable, because I remember being in that theater watching that movie the first time. And when he goes out and he's climbing the window, you know, the side of the building, you in the audience, you're like, I'm in a safe place. I'm inside of an enclosed building. Like, I'm in a theater. You don't feel at ease watching him go climbing this building. And then the gloves start slipping on him, and you're like, this sucks. This is so bad.
Yeah. This dude is literally climbing glass, the slickest thing possible with nothing to hold on to. And the gloves he's using to do it start failing. So it is a very, on the tallest building ever constructed outside. And you've watched all these promos about how he's doing it for real. And so it definitely makes your butt drop out.
Oh, just a little bit. And then they're like, here comes the first cherry on this little intense sundae. He gets to the window that he's trying to get to. It won't break. So he has to do that, like, jump off of the glass, hit it with his feet. And you're like, oh, you gotta stop doing that.
Yeah. Every time he jumps away from the building, you just feel the tension build more and more.
Gets inside, they do their thing. His climb back, well, the climb. When he like jumps out of the window, because now he's on the time clock. I love the line. Love this line. It's one of the best pieces of sarcasm, I think, in the whole franchise, when he like is running down the building and his what does he use, like the fire hose or whatever, it's too short, and Brent's like, your line's too short. No shit.
Very helpful, Brant. Glad you joined the team.
But it's so like in any kind of, obviously not that exact situation, but like any kind of frustrating moment, when
Yeah.
someone points out something obvious, everyone
Mhm.
unanimously is going to respond with that. Like, no shit.
Yeah.
And it's just nice seeing
Yeah.
in a movie. It's just a funny moment.
Oh, it feels very human
And,
for
and then
sure.
they're like, here's the second cherry. He's going to propel himself again, kind of like the
Hmm.
pendulum thing, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And then let go and bounce off of the fucking windowsill.
Yeah. Just free ball flying through the air, hoping he lands through the window. Yeah, it's an incredible sequence. I think Ghost Protocol, the entire movie is defined by the Dubai
Yeah.
sequence, from the climbing on the outside of the tallest building in the world to the meeting the assassin with the diamonds on two different levels, and the mask thing not working either, so they need to hope that they haven't met
Well, and
before,
then they get caught.
which is very
Like
exciting.
they're discovered because Brant keeps blinking. I
Hmm.
mean, he's doing what he's supposed to,
Yeah.
but it gives him
Yeah,
away.
he's taking these photos with these contact
Yeah,
things
so
with
it's
his
like
eyes.
the whole Dubai situation. Just Ghost Protocol is a constant like, shit, the mission failed. Shit, we just messed this
Hmm.
part up. Oh crap, she kicked the assassin out the window. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, and I love how it builds on itself as well, where they're setting up the initial server room
Mhm.
climb, and they're like, "Oh, there's a giant sandstorm coming," and they're like, "No, it's way off. It's not going to be a problem." And then 30 minutes later, after they've had the meeting and it didn't go well, and they need to go on this big car chase, foot chase, they're like, "Oh yeah, remember that sandstorm? It's here now."
And we're gonna have
And
a
so
high speed car chase through it.
there's a most incredible car chase where they can't see anything, and they're chase tracking each other through a track with his tracking device. And yeah, that car chase is incredible. It's on foot at times. And I, Ghost Protocol is the only movie where the good guys don't wear rubber masks. The
Yeah, the
villain
villain
does
does, but the good
once.
guys never get an
The
opportunity to because the equipment fails on them.
Yeah, so that's weird. It's also Luther's not on their mission with them
Mm-hmm.
at all. He just makes an appearance at the very end of the movie, which is kind of like a cameo,
Yeah.
basically. So that those things are kind of like the one that makes this one the most different, I feel like.
Yeah, it has a lot of differences, but on the grand scale, it fits. Like it makes sense, the
Yeah.
story, and it definitely uh, purposefully leads into the next movie, which actually sets up like
Hmm.
the rest of the franchise. But before that, I mean, I love when this one leans into a cheesy moment after an intense moment. I love the fight in
I
the
think it
park.
has the cheesiest moment of any of the movies, honestly. It's particularly the catchphrase at the end.
It's amazing how it leans into it. I
Uh-huh.
love the fight between the villain and Hunt in the car garage, and just the like.
Oh, that like that's like a huge set piece where they have this like vending machine car
Yeah,
garage, which if you're an American, you've never seen one of those things in your life, and you're like, that's really interesting. But you mentioned before why the villain is so good. um, I agree. I think that particularly for his like dedication to the cause, where they're having the whole fight and he's trying to stop Ethan from getting this case, and he's like, you know what, I'll just take the case and dive off this giant car park
yeah,
face first, and Ethan can't follow me, so I'll kill myself and accomplish my mission, basically. That is very like, oh, I didn't expect you to
right.
do
Like
that.
he's trying to turn himself into kind of a martyr almost, or maybe not a martyr, but like his dedication is, I'm willing to die
Yeah,
for this. He definitely
absolutely. Yeah.
underestimates Ethan Hunt's like desperation when a mission is not
Yeah, he's
going to
like,
plan.
no, actually, I will follow you diving off this thing. I'll just get into a car first and put a seatbelt on.
And here you go. What do it? I like that it leans into the cheesy catchphrase. And I like that you're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to laugh at it because you're finally taking a breather, right? Because
Yeah.
he's like trying to get it. It's not, all the pieces are not lining up as quick, which is a common thing for this franchise. Where you're
Mm-hmm.
like, oh my god, just finish the mission.
Yeah. It's a weird like moment of hubris, I guess, that is Ethan's not normally the guy that's like, "Hey guys, we got it,"
Right.
when there's like 12 seconds left on the clock, but he's like, "Mission accomplished" at the end of this movie, and then the timer keeps going and you're like, oh no. But then of course it stops with like a fraction of a second.
Right.
And of course it does.
And I like that you're supposed to I think initially you like cringe and chuckle at it. You're like, I can't believe they put that in the movie. And then the following
Mhm.
scene is Luther being like, you actually said that? Like making fun of it.
Luther sells it. Like for Luther to come back at the end of the movie, having not been in the
Yeah.
entire thing, and he's like, "You really said mission accomplished over the radio as you tried to push the button." That's just like a great longtime friend ribbing that Ethan kind of needs at that moment.
Yeah, I love when Luther ribs him for it, and they're all together.
Yeah.
And then, as someone, you mentioned that you were watching some of the old series, so I remember when the second movie had come out. So after I saw the first one, my dad had told me about the show and like the adventures and the primary bad guys and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember taking the knowledge my dad told me and having watched a couple episodes on like TV Land and like trying to tell friends about like the backstory of the show, which to this day, you might be the only one that ever actually gave a shit. But I don't care.
Yeah.
I find that stuff fascinating and interesting. And I remember constantly, like when the third movie came out, telling everyone like, they got to bring the Syndicate. Like at some point, the Syndicate, you know, when the third one ended, I was like, shit, we never got the Syndicate, but it's a cool franchise. That's cool.
Yeah.
When they're having their little like post, we saved the world beers, and Brant's trying to like, he's struggling, you know, everyone gets their missions. And I love this moment between Hunt and Brant where he's telling him like, I knew you were the agent. Like there's all of them actually been about this. Like, and excuse me, to see like Julia still alive and just, this was how we had to do this. We had to come up with a way to protect her from everybody.
And it wasn't going to work for me to still be an agent and be married. That I had to choose a side, but also keep her safe.
It's like, it's a sweet moment where you're kind of like, it's bittersweet because you're like, oh, but he was like genuinely happy with Julia. Now he's not with her, but to see them like notice each other, it's a sweet moment. It just is.
Yeah. You feel like she's going to look back and he's not going to be there, but then he is there and she sees him and they share that moment, and he knows she's okay and she knows that he's looking out for her, and it's really sweet.
It's a cool moment, and I think I think that was important to not have him vanish. I think that was important to have him still there, because she brings it up when she pops up in Fallout of like, I sleep at night knowing that you're always there. But I remember as Ghost Protocol concluded and he puts his little headphone in to get his new mission and they mentioned the Syndicate, I was so overjoyed. I was so happy. I was like, I don't even know what to expect when the Syndicate shows up, but I was like, they legit just confirmed we've got number 5 coming. And for like fans of the old show, if anyone remembers the show, you're getting your Groot. You're getting the villain.
Like, and it's something they have never done in this series, and where they're like ending that movie on teasing the next mission. I feel like they could or should do that all the time, because it's probably one of my favorite things is when this movie teases the next
Yeah.
mission by him getting the recording and actually being relevant to the next mission. I feel like that's the best.
It's still a happy moment for me. I still, whenever I watch
Mhm.
the series, I'm like, oh, here it comes, here it comes. And then we get Rogue Nation. And I don't know which villain I think is more cold-hearted. It might be
Yeah.
Davian, or it might be Solomon Kane.
Lane,
Or
yeah.
Lane, yeah.
I completely agree. I think that, especially for him getting a 2-part arc where you see him and he's in the glasses and he looks so scary and intimidating, and then in Fallout he's got the beard and he's even more kind of, I don't know, terrifying and Luke Cage dog kind of thing. He is fantastic. I love Solomon Lane as a villain, and he's a great match because he is kind of the anti IMF.
Yep. Well, Ethan Hunt is crazy intelligent with everything that he's had to like do. He's always reacting, because usually his big plan is gonna not go through as planned. Yeah.
And it's part of your job when you're on defense.
Yeah.
I mean, his entire job is defending the world from threats. And so
It's true.
Whatever happens, you have to react to it.
And then Solomon Lane comes in and he's like smarter than Ethan and Ethan's team.
He knows more. He knows how the IMF operates. He knows they have this record store with this dead drop and recording and stuff, and they intercept it. And that's like my favorite sequence that you don't expect at all.
Yeah.
Or Ethan just shows up to get his mission and talks to this nice girl and goes into a booth, has the coolest vinyl recording, which also projects like an image, and is talking about, there's this syndicate and we really need you to go after them. But by the way, we're the syndicate
Right.
and we know all about you.
Like,
and you're like,
no!
And then the self-destruction of the message actually is just like pumping gas into the sealed chamber. And you're like, is this the end for Ethan Hunt? It's so exciting.
Well, you see Lane. You see it. He's watching Ethan like pass out. And it's so, they play the scene so well. Tom Cruise does such a great job of Ethan Hunt having like such an intense oh shit moment, because he's never actually been in this situation before. And you can tell.
Yeah, it's kind of like you were too relaxed and you got caught slipping or something.
Like you were caught with your pants down, which is weird because he was doing his job. He wasn't doing anything out of the norm.
It's supposed to be a safe place.
And dude, Rogue Nation is just Lane cracks me up because he's such a evil villain. Just how calculated it is and how he controls his team. And then you meet Ilsa, and Rebecca Ferguson is one of my favorite additions in this franchise.
Mine too.
Like even though I know how her story like goes through Fallout, at least we don't know what's going to happen in Reckoning 1 and 2. But when I watch Rogue Nation, I'm still constantly like, are you? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I do know, but I
incredible.
don't.
And the way you're introduced to her, she's Ethan gets knocked out by that gas and he wakes up in this tunnel and he's about to be interrogated. She's just randomly there, and there's all these bad guys and this guy named Bonesaw or something, Bone Cutter, Bone whatever. And so Ethan escapes and he's jacked and topless and all this stuff.
Let's not just jump over two things with Ethan regarding Rogue Nation, okay? First off, the movie kicks off with one of the craziest stunts ever
Oh shit!
on
Yeah, we
film.
skipped over the
Like,
airplane.
I don't.
It's a great cold open.
It's an amazing cold open, and it's one of those stunts that to this day is still just mind-boggling that they did this 8 times. By the way, folks, 8 times.
It's like we had this idea for this stunt. We couldn't write it into the story really, so we'll just do it at the beginning of the
Yeah, it'll be
movie, and it won't really. That's the whole thing, is that there's no story element at all. We're just going to do this stunt where you hold onto the outside of an airplane as it takes off.
and so they do it, and Tom Cruise did it. He really did hang on the outside of this airplane as it took off, and they did 8 takes. I feel like nothing you say about the stunts in Rogue Nation and Fallout are ever going to do enough justice. 8 takes of hanging on the outside of an airplane while it takes off. That is thousands of feet into the air at like hundreds of miles an hour. Like, this is
the G-forces alone. I don't understand.
It's so dumb. And the only safety on it is he had a strap. It was a safety strap that held him to the plane, but he's on the outside.
It's like, you know what, Tom? We're not going to rely on just your hands. We'll give you a little harness.
Right. We know that you believe you're superhuman and can accomplish this, but the insurance companies are going to shut us down if we don't at least have a safety strap on you.
Yeah, I mean, the insurance company left the production for Ghost Protocol when he wanted to climb the outside of the building. They're like, Tom, we need a strap for if you're going to attach yourself to an airplane.
You got to throw us a bone, man. You got to throw us a bone.
Yeah, that scene is awesome. And I love it.
And then his escape from his torture. I always feel like not enough people have talked about this or given it enough respect of how he escapes when he does that.
Particularly the like inverted sit-up.
The inverted sit-up with the chain where he like hops up off of the pole and then starts fighting. Like,
climbs this pole while he's handcuffed.
What?
At like, he's like 54 or something when this movie came out.
And he's jacked.
Yeah.
And he... When I watched it with my
daughter, if I was Ilsa, I'd be in love with him too.
It's true. When I watched it with my daughter and he escaped, I distinctly remember looking just dead eye at her and being like, "You see that? Did you see what he did?" And she was like, "Yes, Dad." I was like, "I feel you did not see what he just did." Like, I was that guy.
You don't understand.
Like, you give it the respect. And she's like, "Dad."
Dad, calm down.
I've always felt that. Like, the first time I ever saw it and he did that, I was just like, what? Did he? What?
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive. I see it every time. But yeah, Ilsa has this. She's obviously working with the bad guys, but she helps him escape.
Yep.
She very obviously helps him escape. But then she also stays behind and uses Ethan having killed all of her friends, allegedly, as her cover to, like, I guess, keep her cover. You feel like she must be undercover in the syndicate, something like that.
You have no clue how you're supposed to feel about her. The first time I saw it, I took it very much as like, oh, she's some assassin that gets off on like letting the prey go. Like, she likes hunting it.
Yeah, like she's gonna come back for him later or something.
Oh, this is a game, and that he had no choice. He kind of had to play into it, but like that was how I took it the first time I watched it, at least for the first half of the movie.
Sure,
but yeah, the way that Solomon Lane controls the story, because I think that's what sets Rogue Nation kind of apart. Is it's not just Ethan Hunt trying to hunt down the syndicate, or specifically Solomon Lane trying to save the world from his planet. It's really Solomon Lane controls the whole story. The everything that happens in the movie is because of Lane. And like trying to just keep up with Lane, trying to figure out what Lane's doing. It's insane. I appreciate that. It kind of reminds me of a certain superhero movie, Jake, that you absolutely love. Where it's like, man, it's amazing when the villain controls this whole thing and the audience doesn't
Yeah.
quite understand how much control the villain has until the ending.
Yeah. It's great to see the hero on their heels
Yeah.
the whole time. And yeah, it also feels very much like Skyfall, like Javier Bardem in Skyfall, where he's an incredible villain who just kind of controls everything, and everybody's just reacting to what he's doing, basically,
the whole time.
Yeah. So parallel to Ethan and his hijinks, Brant is back in Washington with the U.S. government trying to shut down the IMF because after the events of Ghost Protocol, they're not very happy with the IMF, even though they saved the world. And so they're trying to shut down the IMF and give all of their missions to the CIA. They're like, hey, you know what? We have an intelligence agency. We don't really need you. So the CIA is going to do it from now on. And so Alec Baldwin's character is kind of in charge of that, and telling Brant that he has to take his orders from the CIA now, basically, and he can't talk to Ethan Hunt because he's now a man without a country again.
Once again. Hey man, if the formula works, don't change it. And you gotta respect the Mission Impossible franchise for knowing like it works. We know Hunt's gonna be on his own. We know he's gonna try and figure it out. We're gonna save the world at the last second, sometimes the last millisecond.
Yeah.
But you know the formula. But every entry is like intense. You are in it the whole way.
Yeah. And every entry is pretty different. This is Chris McQuarrie's first movie. And I really feel like it, even though it was great, it's not like it didn't have its stride or whatever. I feel like it also kind of found its stride with McHugh, and I think he and Tom Cruise meld well with their vision for what it should be or it could be. Obviously, they worked together first on the first Jack Reacher movie. I think that Rogue Nation and Fallout, and I'm assuming the Dead Reckoning 1 and 2 are going to just be the best of the series.
Yeah. Oh yeah, McQuarrie kind of strikes me as like the Russo brothers version, but for Mission Impossible, where the Russo brothers, when they took over making some of the Marvel films, they started escalating the actual storytelling. That's why, Winter Soldier.
They're like, this is great, but this is what it could be.
Like, we can take this further than what you guys are allowing yourselves to do. I feel like that's what Christopher McQuarrie did. And him and Tom Cruise, I imagine when they made Jack Reacher together, probably spent more time talking about Mission Impossible than they did Jack Reacher. So
probably, like, if this was Mission Impossible, we could do this and this and this. That'd be so cool.
I think it's cool that McQuarrie has kind of just been the guy that like, I'm going to take over. I'll be able to finish this off with Tom. And it's just, they're making good stories. I'm assuming part 1 and part 2 are going to be incredible. Even if they suck, I feel like I'm going to be that one fan that's like, it's still good. Only because I love the franchise.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure, probably. So Ethan has seen this strange man with glasses that he has no idea who he is. He's seen this strange woman that has helped him escape, but may be dangerous. He's not really sure what her deal is. And he can't talk to the IMF because they are now gone. And he can't really talk to the CIA because he can't trust any of them. And he doesn't know who's involved in the syndicate and who's not. So it kind of goes full conspiracy theorist and starts just putting string on walls and tying things together and sketching faces and all this stuff. But it's enough to help them figure out that Ilsa Faust used to be an ex-MI6 agent. She might still be. Might be undercover with the syndicate, or she might just be employed by them. We're not entirely sure. And then who Solomon Lane is and what his deal is, and he's kind of creating this anti-IMF to to start wars and do these little things to make the world less stable instead of more
Yeah.
stable.
Yeah. Which they expand
Which
a
is
lot on during
exciting.
Fallout.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get his full vision around Fallout time.
Yeah.
But Rogue Nation I felt like it just kept adding. And that was one thing that I really appreciate. Another thing I really appreciate is just their ability to keep expanding and adding onto this whole world of IMF agents and these villains without going, you've mounted up like, there's a lot of similarities with the Bond franchise, and nothing against the Bond franchise, but all of them, for the most part, maybe with the exception of like the Daniel Craig era, all of them though are like, they lean into the cheesiness, the fun. It's supposed to be like kind of ridiculous on purpose. Whereas Mission Impossible, the more they expand on this world, the more villains that they have to stop who are trying to either end the world or profit off of destruction. It never feels too far-fetched. It always feels like a more realistic danger, because the idea is never taking over the world. It's, how do I destroy this place, or how do I kill a third of the population? I'm not going for everyone. I just want to inflict so much destruction, or just enough destruction that it rattles the system.
Right, exactly.
I appreciate all the layers that they keep adding to it without going too far into the ridiculousness.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that I really like Rogue Nation's ability to, it kind of resets the parts that I wasn't the hugest fan of in Ghost Protocol, which is like the technology and over the top kind of gimmicky technology. Rogue Nation seems to me a little more grounded in the sense that it has like, well, the cool vinyl projector thing at the beginning, and then the opera sequence when Benji goes, he has like a little program, like a booklet that Ethan had sent him. When he puts like this little disc next to it and turns it sideways, it has like the text goes away and it's like moved in pictures, but it looks like paper. It looks really, really cool. And like their little lock picking devices, it just kind of like scans the lock and then forms a key out of this little like small particles of metal that shoots
it's like
out. It just
infrared.
Takes a second. Yeah, it's just really cool. And then there's like Elsa has those like little gloves that like read your body's oxygen level when you're underwater. All of that stuff. I just feel like it's practical, super practical, but also super interesting.
It's interesting. Yeah, you brought up the gloves for measuring your oxygen. This was one of those stunts that my daughter was like, she was just on her feet. She was like, I can't, like, this is a lot, Dad. I was like, I know it is, kid. I know.
Yeah, when they have to go down that anus, for lack of a better phrase, Ethan dives down this waterfall, which is like a cooling system for a giant computer or mainframe or whatever, and has to swim underneath and control his breathing so he doesn't run out of oxygen while he like finds the right disc or card or whatever
it's like
it's
some
called.
kind of, I'm not computer techie. It's
it looks like an old school like hole punch card, like that has like 5 bytes of data on it or something. But yeah, it's essentially just like a key card that has some code on it. They have to get it out of this vault, but it's all underwater and it's spinning around and there's all kinds of chaos. And of course, things don't go according to plan. When Ethan gets hit in the chest with one of those arms and also the key card he was going to replace it with, the real one, he loses both of them. And it's kind of like a callback to the first movie where he has the 2 different discs, Oculus discs. And then he's trying to finish it, but he runs out of oxygen and Ilsa has to save him. That whole sequence is so intense. So yeah, I totally feel the way that you're talking about.
Yeah, she was like, when we watched this franchise, she spent the majority of it two ways, where she was trying to like figure everything out, so it was confusing her
Mm-hmm.
because some of the stories get a little like there's a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and then she was just like all tensed up watching the different stunts that Cruz does. She's like, he really did this, Dad?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a real one. Oh my God, Dad, I don't know if I can watch this. Like, I was like,
Yeah.
guess how long he held his breath for when they filmed this? She was like, what? And it was like 6 minutes. She was like, I'm going to try it. I was like, no, you don't get it. Like, you have to train for this.
That's
dude.
not a normal thing. Yeah. People don't just do that.
Yeah, Rogue Nation it's full of some fun, intense moments. Trying to figure out Ilsa's story
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you get caught up because she shows up so many times. And even after you
Yeah.
find out that she's like MI6, deep undercover, and her handler
Mm-hmm.
is kind of like betraying her at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, like even then, I feel you don't fully trust Ilsa until they're at
Right.
the diner.
Right. Well, yeah, I feel like you want to,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a good motivator, but she also is very strong in character where even if she doesn't want to do something, she might have to do something. Like she might have to do something to prove herself to Solomon Lane so that he buys her and trusts her. And that might mean killing somebody on Ethan's team because that's like her job. That it's not personal, it's just business kind of thing.
Yeah.
And she's someone who she could carry it out if she had to. So she's unpredictable in that way.
Very unpredictable.
Whereas Ethan is kind of the opposite. He's like, okay, well, I'm obviously not going to do that. I'll just find another way around it instead. And she's like, no, if I have to do it, I'll do it. And so she's very cool like that. We skipped over the opera sequence, but the opera sequence is like one of my favorites as well. And her in that dress, that yellow dress, where she's like taking apart the railing to like build that gun and assassinate that one dude. It's just beautifully shot, and the fight between Ethan and the other assassin, and then he realizes there's like two other assassins, and one of them is Ilsa. That whole process is extremely exciting. I love all of that stuff.
Yeah, her hiding in the set piece with the rifle is while Benji is up in the box with you brought up the infrared key. Yeah, that opera sequence it's so unique to me. Like, just how do I word it? It's like the way that this franchise starts putting you in these different situations that are you wouldn't think of like a spy movie setting, like the opera or whatever. But the way that they're shot, you feel like I like that they use the lighting from the opera or at the clubs and like Fallout and all that. It's used to help propel your confusion, or just like what could be going on that I don't see when I go someplace. Like, what am I not seeing? It's kind of fun how they like play with that kind of mentality with the lighting and just the way they shoot inside certain settings. And the opera one it's a fun one. His fight on the catwalk with the guy is pretty cool.
Yeah. And that guy has like the coolest flute gun that he assembles. It looks totally like a flute, but the way it comes together, I don't know. It's just really cool looking.
It's definitely different, that's for sure.
Yeah. So Ilsa has this. They stole this list of something that Solomon wants, and she tries to get it to her handler. She first has to escape because she steals it from Ethan. So that's another time where she kind of betrays Ethan. She's like, you know what? I just saved your life, but I am also going to electrocute Benji and steal this thing back. So you really can't trust her, it seems like. But the car chase and the motorcycle chase where she's on the motorcycle is all it's awesome. One of the best chases in the series. But I feel like when it gets to the point where Benji and Ethan crash, well, it starts off awesome because Ethan just died and was brought back to life, basically.
Right.
And then he has to like go on this big car chase, but he's not altogether there. And so Ethan's like, dude, are you okay to drive? And so he has to like, I don't know, he can barely dive across a car, like slide like normal cool
Yeah,
guy
his
slide.
badassery is taking a little bit of a hit right now.
Yeah, he's operating at like a 7 compared to his normal 15 or whatever. And so they crash, and then Ethan jumps on a motorcycle and is speeding through the streets. And I was just like amazed watching this, like almost mouth open agape watching it, because he has no helmet on.
Mm-mm.
He's got sunglasses.
Mhm.
That's about it. And all of the bad guys have like helmets and full body leather outfits, full protective gear. And Ethan's going like 90 down this highway between cars, no helmet,
I
no
forget what
nothing.
his speed actually was when they filmed it. So that's actually him driving, and that is high
Yeah.
speed. I actually
Well, it's
think
very obviously him driving because he has no helmet on. So you're like, oh, that's Tom Cruise doing this right now.
they topped 100 miles an hour when they filmed it. If I
Probably.
remember reading right. There's actually a shot, you see it, they left it in the movie, where he's on a turn and you can see his knee like hit the pavement and you can see him kind of
Mm,
like react to it. And they kept it because he was like, you got a little too
it's
close
real.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's very intense. And I'm watching it. I'm like, it's very obviously Tom Cruise. And I feel like it's so exciting to see him doing it with, again, no protection or anything. And then I was like, but at some point, he probably did have a stunt rider on it. And if you're a stunt performer who's doubling Tom Cruise, you also don't get to wear a helmet or protection or a jacket or anything. And so when Ilsa steps out into the street and he like lays down the bike to avoid
Yeah.
hitting her, somebody had to then
That's the stunt
dive
man
off
right
of the
there. Yeah.
yeah, but he had no helmet or anything and had to take a dive off this bike. I'm like, that is incredible, but it just blew my mind how fast that Tom Cruise is clearly going on the street like that.
I was trying to find it real quick, but I'm not finding it real quick because there's so many different like things to go over on it. But yeah,
Yeah.
I want to say when they filmed it, he did. I want to say it was like 105, if not a little faster than that, at one point while they filmed. But that's the thing with
That's
Tom
wild.
Cruise movies, and not just Mission Impossible. If Tom Cruise is in an action
Yeah.
movie, he's gonna be on a motorcycle and he's gonna be driving it really fucking fast at some point. It's like a thing. Tom
Yeah.
Cruise has three things that he is always going to do in his movies. He's going to do his own stunts, he's going to drive his cars really,
Hmm.
really fast, and he's going to run. Every
Yeah.
movie he's in, he's doing one, if not all three.
It's gonna run really, really fast.
He's going to run really, really fast. I think the fastest he runs is in Fallout, but that's to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, the motorcycle chasing, when she steps out in front of him, that's such a like badass movie moment of asserting yourself. But it's
Yeah.
also one of those moments where you're like, you have to really, really, really be confident and trust that the other person is going to
Hmm.
bail.
It's kind of a power move on Ilsa's
Oh,
part because
100%. But
she's like, I know you and your motive and what your limits are. It's just like the Batman thing is like, you have a rule and you're not going to break it,
right.
and I'm going to exploit it now.
And she does. She does.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to find how fast they went, but
Really fucking fast is the
really
answer.
fucking fast.
So the point of Rogue Nation is that Solomon Lane has created this secret organization that is a rogue nation. It's a nation of disavowed agents from all across the world, the US, whatever, and they are able to operate without any oversight. Ilsa learns that they were created or initially attempted to be created by MI6, and her boss erases that drive with all of the information because he doesn't want anybody to know that they created the syndicate and are responsible for it, and that Solomon Lane used to be MI6 as well. And but Benji made a copy of the information, and so they still have it. The only problem is that they need the English prime minister to open it,
right?
Because it has like some security on it. So Ethan breaks into the prime minister's residence with Hundley, the Alec Baldwin's character, and Brandt, and and Luther helped Brandt find Ethan. So Luther's around as well.
Yeah, Luther has returned. He's not a cameo in this one. He's a full-fledged, he's a part of the whole thing.
Legit team member. And so Ethan pretends to be the guy who was Elsa's handler and gets Hundley to believe that the syndicate is real, and then helps Hundley take the credit for the fall of the guy who was in charge of MI6 and responsible for creating the syndicate against the prime minister's wishes and all this stuff. And so then Ethan has this card, which the thing that Elsa had stolen that they thought was erased and wasn't, was actually a bunch of financial information that was supposed to fund the syndicate if MI6 wanted to go through with it, because the prime minister said no, it was supposed to be destroyed, but it wasn't. Ethan destroys the financial information, but then memorizes it first.
Yeah.
Calls up Solomon Lane and says, hey, I need you, or if you want this money to run the syndicate, I am the only one who has it because I have memorized it and destroyed all of the information. And Benji has been kidnapped, so you need to give me Benji. This is like the first time that a team member that he really cares about has been kidnapped.
Yeah.
And so that's really motivating.
This is one of those moments where you as an audience member are kind of put in check to realize just how much you actually care for these characters. Because you always kind of take them as like, oh, they're fun. It's his team. Like, Benji's back. We love Benji. When Benji
not
is
really
kidnapped,
in danger. Yeah.
You're like, please don't kill Benji. Like,
don't hurt Benji.
Don't hurt Benji. Don't. It's like seeing an animal get injured in a movie where you're just like, no, you can't do that. No, this is wrong. You can't do that. It's because he's got that kind of innocence to him. That whole scene, the negotiation scene where Ilsa shows up and she's like, the only way to prove all of this is like, you're my test. I have to kill you. You know, that whole negotiation scene, it's intense because you're just waiting for, like, I could see Lane just being like, fine, and just killing Benji and killing everyone because he's been set up for that long. And he's always ahead of the game. This is one of those great moments where it kind of like reminds you. You brought up like Ethan's little moment of hubris or whatever with the mission accomplished at the end of Ghost Protocol. You could almost say this is like Lane's moment of hubris because he kind of, for the first time, really, since you've met him, he's kind of like emotional about stuff.
Yeah, he's not in control for the first time.
Yeah, he kind of lets his guard down just a little bit. This is such a satisfying, like, once Benji is freed and you're like, oh, thank God. The way they conclude-ish.
Do you think that Ethan really memorized all of those numbers?
No.
For the, like,
you know, honestly,
2.9 billion pounds of accounts.
Not that many. I think he probably memorized just enough that if he had to like give some away, he would be able to. I think he
He
memorized just
gives
enough for negotiations, and that's it.
that's what I think too. I think that he did one to like kind of prove his point, and he gives him $50 million, and the guy confirms that it's real, and he's
Mhm.
like, "Oh shit, this guy actually has my money," and so I can't kill him. That kind of
Yeah.
buys him time. But I was like, yeah, he probably memorized 3, 5,
Yeah.
maybe. I could see him being able to do
You
that.
memorize just enough to like prove your point, and then that's it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't.
Just buy time.
Yeah, despite how intelligent and like crazy off the charts that they all are, I mean, he's a spy. He's
Hmm.
trained to memorize more and at a quicker pace than any normal person.
Yeah.
But his character through the franchise would be he's gonna do what he just needs to do. If he has to do extra,
Hmm.
it'll only be a stunt. Stunt wise, he's gonna do something extra. Excuse me,
Yeah.
extra. Other than that, he's just gonna do what's gonna get the job done.
Yeah. Yeah. Just figure it out as he goes.
What
But you're
I
talking about when Benji gets away.
Yeah, you know what I really like about the way that they catch Solomon Lane when like the big chase, everyone's
Yeah.
and he gets in that box. It kind of reminds me of like the moment with Ethan back in the first Mission Impossible with the two discs where he does the magic trick,
Yeah.
the sleight of hand that he does.
Yeah.
This to me was kind of a callback to that side of his personality where he was like,
Hmm.
I used the it was sleight of hand. It was like I used my distractions to be able to
Yeah.
this magic trick, if you will, on catching the bad guy.
But also have a little bit of flair while you're
Oh
doing
yeah.
it. Like you don't have to go above and beyond to put that like emotional message on top to be like, hey, remember that time at the beginning of the movie when you got me stuck in that black
Right.
box and I couldn't escape and filled it with gas? I'm going to do the same thing to you, and you're going to know I'm doing it to you, and you'll know how I felt when I
Right.
couldn't
Like
stop it.
karma's a bitch, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. That is definitely
Oh,
very
and
satisfying.
you as the audience, like I love watching that. I love watching Solomon Lane
Mhm.
just have that like shit moment. It's the same thing that Hunt went through, but his is now like super pissed off because Hunt got the better of him.
Yeah.
He's not supposed to. Lane's supposed to be like the guy, and he failed. I love watching him fail. My daughter,
Yeah.
she was like, "Why don't they just kill him?" And I was like, "Because then we wouldn't have the next movie. You kind of need him for the next one." She's like, "Oh my god, he comes back." I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah. Yeah. It's him in Fallout is, and the fact that they're just like back to back movies is
Yeah.
also probably my favorite.
Well,
For McQuarrie to come on and make them kind of more of a consistent
mhm.
story with a consistent feel, that's part of why I think he was able to elevate it to another level.
Yeah, it takes place 2 years after Rogue Nation. Um, the Syndicate is still like it's kind of there, but now it's like taking on a new form. Now you've got the Apostles under this guy named John Lark,
Yeah.
and so it's
They're
like
like the what's left over from the syndicate, where the syndicate was just people who wanted a job,
mhm.
and the apostles are the people that really believed in it and
Well, yeah,
are,
it's taken on this whole new identity of it's no longer the anti IMF. Now it's like an actual like terrorist cell,
yeah, yeah, with beliefs and a
a
manifesto and all of
manifesto,
this stuff.
and an ends, or a mean to an end, and
Yeah.
it definitely adds so much more to the stakes. I think Fallout
Hmm.
is potentially the most intense out of the
Yeah.
series just because every new thing they learn, every new situation they get put in is so much worse than like it just keeps making the
Hmm.
whole thing so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
But I just
It's interesting. McQuarrie said that he liked the different feel of every Mission Impossible movie. So for Fallout, he changed up basically his entire crew except for like his editor and someone else, composer maybe. Like everybody else is different so that you still get kind of a different feel, even though you have the same head and everything.
I mean, it definitely feels like the next mission, which is a little different, but bringing on, you know, the fact that like Hunt is suddenly put in a position where he has to break Lane out to use him as a trade. I think Fallout, it doesn't feel that much different. It just feels more intense. It feels exactly as it's supposed to, where it's following up from Rogue Nation. It's following up from everything that Ethan and Luther have kind of been a part of since the beginning. And this is fine. You know, I brought it up a while back of like, Fallout is really about all the consequences of Ethan Hunt's compassion and empathy to save the one person and his team.
Right. Yeah, and in this case, it's predominantly Luther.
Yeah,
who they were trying to do a mission and collect this nuclear material, and instead of going after that, Ethan went after Luther and tried to save him instead. And so they lose the nukes, and the government and everybody is very upset about Ethan.
Everyone's bet like. Yeah, you meet Angela Bassett. She's now the head of the CIA, and she's got her lackey, which is Henry Cavill. Now, I love Henry Cavill in this movie. He's so good.
Oh my gosh.
But there's always, I think it'll probably be a permanent thing for me. There's always going to be a little, like, tiny shred of resentment
at the mustache
every time I see the mustache and his scruff.
I look at his mustache and I'm like, why would you want to cover that up with CGI? Because it's so beautiful.
I look at it and I'm like, that would have been a great look. Just build maybe this out a little bit more. It would have worked. Yeah. It would have been fine.
Bearded Superman is great. Like they should have just gone with it in Justice League instead of screwing it up. But this isn't a Justice League podcast.
But it's not. But there's that little shred of just
there's no getting away from it. Absolutely.
And it's not his fault. Yeah. We're looking at you, Whedon.
Yeah, so August Walker is brought on to, he's a CIA guy, but Angela Bassett's character basically forces Hunley to let him on his team, on Hunt's team, so he kind of joins the IMF, but he's very much
he's
an outsider.
Not only is he an outsider, but he's been given full clearance he's an assassin, and he's been given full clearance. Kill him if it means getting that plutonium back. Yeah. Like, don't let anyone stand in your way. And if anything goes wrong, like, shoot to kill. So it's kind of Ethan Hunt knows, like, well, he knows, but he ignores the fact for most of the movie.
And then there's also a conflict in styles because Angela Bassett says that Alec Baldwin likes to use a scalpel, and obviously referring to Ethan, and she's like, I like to use a hammer, and you see Superman and he's like, with a mustache.
It's Henry Cavill. The dude is just
he's out there reloading his arms constantly, just fucking dudes.
Did you hear that was originally just something that Cavill was doing just to kind of get himself ready to film that bathroom scene?
Yeah,
and
I heard
McQuarrie
that.
Was like, do that.
Yeah, I heard McQuarrie was like, "What was that?" And Henry Cavill's like, "I'm sorry." He's like, "No, keep doing that." So that was awesome. Yeah.
I remember when the trailer came out and the way they timed the music with him doing the arm load was like,
it sold me on the movie immediately.
I just punched my microphone.
As long as you do it with your reloaded gun arms.
Well, that's what I was. Yeah, I don't have that much.
No, that 1 second shot sold me on the movie immediately. I was like, that was awesome.
But we get the first real crazy stunt from Cruise. And
Mhm.
again, it's pretty early in the film. This is not that long into it, but we get the halo jump. This is a
Yeah.
big deal.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's not like normal skydiving where you just jump out of an airplane and open a parachute whenever you want. A halo jump is a high altitude where you fly above the enemy's radar, low opening where you have to fall way, way longer and then open your parachute when you get below the radar. So when you're like right above the ground. And then they like do it through a lightning
Yeah.
storm at the same time at dusk where it's like very dark and kind of not light and all this stuff. And Tom Cruise did that stunt like 100 times or something. It was like a
I
hundred
forget
and
how
something
many times
times
he did. I mean,
he
a
made
lot of
that jump.
practice takes or a lot of practice jumps, and then a handful of takes. What gets
Yeah,
me, and I'm pretty positive you and I brought this up during our stunts episode.
yeah, we did.
Um, what what's more shocking about the Halo jump scene in this movie than Tom Cruise
Hmm.
actually does this Halo jump? The fucking cameraman had to do the Halo jump with him, but he had to dive out
Yeah,
backwards. Like he had to.
yeah. I love watching the setup for that scene where Tom Cruise and Henry Cavill are talking and they're like getting their gear set up. And it's just the one long take. And Tom Cruise then walks to the end of the door, looks down, sees there's a giant lightning storm, he turns around. He's like, "Hey, Walker, we need to talk about this, figure out another plan." And then Walker just like pulls his oxygen and walks off. You see you've watched the blocking. I just love the blocking of it, where you see Henry Cavill walk out of frame, apparently off
Right.
set around. The camera then pans over to the door. You see somebody dive off. I don't think it's
No,
Henry
Henry
Cavill.
Cavill was not allowed to do the jump.
And then they're like, "I'm Superman. I should be able to do it." Uh, but then it goes back to Tom Cruise and just then follows him backwards the entire time and falls off the airplane with the cameraman right in front of his face. And I guess they switched off camera operators in the middle of that long shot
Mhm.
where they hand it off to the guy who's going to jump off in while they're actually filming the scene. It's just like the choreography of where people are standing inside this airplane
Yeah.
is so incredible. And then dive down. The lightning strikes them as they're falling, and they have to like collect themselves. Walker's
Well, I was
unconscious, and
going
so
to
Ethan
collect
has to
themselves.
save
It's
him,
Ethan Hunt has to like save
collect both of
Walker,
them. Yeah, yeah, before they impale themselves on the roof of this building in Paris.
which always cracks me up because he gives Walker his oxygen tank. He kind of flips him up, pulls the chute, and then he pulls his, gets caught on the tip of this
Hmm.
building and like kind of falls
Yeah,
down. And he has that
literally
just like
opens it just enough time to not
right.
splat himself.
And I like that he has that moment just like, oh God. Like that didn't work. And then you see fucking Walker land perfectly, detached from the parachute, and he's like, oh, looks like you lost
Yeah,
your oxygen there.
he's like, "Oh, that was textbook. All right, sorry, Ethan, you
That was
rookie."
cake. Don't know what you were worried about.
Yeah, it's just such a great, and the fact that Ethan doesn't say anything about it, he's like, Whatever, man," is so perfect.
These fucking guys. Yeah, the
But they
Halo
go into
jump is
that
it's
club.
so crazy to watch that sequence.
Oh, it's the best. It's the best. And it leads into that club where they meet the White Widow and
Mhm.
she's giving that speech about Max and all
Yeah.
this stuff. Um, Before that, they follow the guy that they're supposed to find, who may or may not be uh, part of the whole situation. They don't know who he is. They just are tracking him, follow him into the bathroom, which is an awesome bathroom fight. And they can't beat this guy, but he ends up getting shot in the face by none other than the great Ilsa Faust, who just shows up out of nowhere and kind of doesn't know that it's Ethan, is a little very surprised to see him.
Right.
And I think he as well is surprised to see her.
I love Cavill on that scene after she shoots supposedly John Lark in the face.
Yeah.
Ethan and Ilsa have that like kind of look at each other like, what the hell are you doing here? And you get
Hmm.
Cavill who kind of like pokes his head around a corner, just kind of like, like,
Yeah.
it's just little moments like that work really well in this movie.
Yeah. 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 And so Ethan, Cavill smashed uh, what's his name, Lark's face with the briefcase that was supposed to make the mask. And so we get another instance where we wish we had a mask. We have to hope that these two people have never met each other
Yeah.
because we don't really know if that's true or not. I like that added tension. I like it in Ghost Protocol, and I like it in this movie as well, where he has to go in kind of naked, where he's just his face and he's playing himself, but he's also trying to convince this person that he's somebody else. And he does it in both of those cases,
Mm-hmm.
but it was very exciting. And so, yeah, when he meets the White Widow and kind of gets her to trust him by getting her out of there and protecting her from all of the different people, and Walker helps them, and Ilsa helps him a little bit, but doesn't join him. That's all very exciting.
Well, everyone's got an agenda. I think that's one of the crazy things about Fallout is everyone
Hmm.
has their own agenda, and it's just watching all of them kind of, I don't want to say work together, but they have to use each other to
Yeah.
get all of their agendas kind of to play out. It's interesting because Fallout is a movie where you're shown a lot of characters that you don't trust. Even Elsa, when she shows up, you're
Hmm.
confused, and she starts acting like she was in Rogue Nation. And you're like, shit,
Yeah.
what's happened to Elsa? This isn't good. Like, don't be a bad guy. Don't be a bad guy.
Yeah. She doesn't want to tell Ethan what's going on or why she's there, but she also did save him again. And
Mhm.
so she's just got constantly conflicting morals or sides.
Yeah, trying to find the missing plutonium. That's like that's his mission. I just have to get the plutonium, but everything is so like I feel
Mhm.
he spends that whole movie only trusting Luther and Benji. They're the only two that
Yeah.
he's like, I know I that you guys have my back. I have yours. Everyone else
Mhm.
is fair game. Um,
Yeah. And he trusts Hunley too, I think, when he brings him into the catacombs.
yeah.
He trusts him too. But yeah, it's a very tight knit group. And even though he wants to trust Ilsa still, he really can't. Uh,
Well, yeah, you don't. Oh, excuse me. Elsa and Rebecca Ferguson, she plays it so perfect where like you really never know what's actually going on in her head. Even with
mhm.
like the close-ups of her eyes, whatever she's doing, or those little facial expressions she'll give Hunt, you never know like just how calculating she is or what's actually going
Yeah.
on. So I think she's kind of underrated. She's a great addition to this and a great
Yeah.
actress, actually. Great actress.
She's fantastic. We've been watching her in Silo, and she's incredible in the show
Okay.
Silo as well. Yeah, highly recommend it. But yeah, she's one of my favorites in this, and it is particularly because of just how she plays it and how
Mm-hmm.
she keeps it all close to the
Oh,
chest and all
very.
that stuff. So she is trying to buy her freedom by bringing in Solomon Lane and breaking him out of the custody of whoever they're in custody with and taking him to MI6.
Mm-hmm. Well,
That's like
and
her thing.
before Lane is like actually brought in to play, um, they do another cool setup almost like a nod to the first Mission Impossible, which I love, is the hospital
Mhm.
room where they've got the physicist
Yes.
there and uh,
Yeah.
they're playing the
Yeah.
video of like the news report is playing.
It's like a hard cut where they start showing the news, and they're like, oh, and a nuclear bomb has gone off in Jerusalem and in Mecca and in Rome and Vatican City. And you're like, oh, shit. Did they just fail? Like, did they fail to get back the plutonium? And yeah, the way they play that guy by saying, oh, you were in this crash and it was 2 weeks ago, and all this shit has happened, and
Right.
we have this manifesto from Solomon Lane and all this stuff. That is so brilliantly done, particularly when they get him to agree to tell him where the stuff is for.
Well, yeah, they
if
need
they
his
read
they need the
manifesto.
passcode to his phone, and so he gives it to him.
Mhm.
And I love how they play it, because it's direct from the opening of the first movie of like, did we get it? Yeah, we got it. And then it's like, here we go. I love watching that guy's face when the walls drop and they get up and they're like, oh, that crash you're in? That was an hour ago. Oh, I was driving the car.
Yeah. When you see Wolf Blitzer on CNN stand up and walk over and then pull off his mask, and it's just Benji, and you're like, that is brilliant. It's so fun.
It's
and,
fun. It's
and
great. It's a
a
nice,
great way to
like,
manipulate them.
it's a good win moment, because you're already
Yeah.
like, nothing has really worked for Hunt and the team so far. I do miss Brant. He's like the only one not accounted for, and I kind of miss Brant in this one.
Yeah.
But it's not enough to take away from the movie, because the movie is badass.
So Ethan and Walker have convinced the White Widow, Max's daughter, that they are bad guys, and he's John Lark, and he needs to wants to buy the plutonium, get the plutonium from them, needs to figure out where it is. And the White Widow tells him, well, sorry, the seller doesn't interested in money. They want you to break out Solomon Lane from custody. And so they need to go through this essentially heist of an armed transport and figure out how to get him out of their custody.
Right.
And use him, potentially set him free in order to use him to get the plutonium. And that's their goal, which is the opposite of what you want. You don't want
you don't want this guy back out. And now he's all
letting
bearded.
a bear out of a trap.
He like Solomon Lane went from looking like a very cold, calculated, sophisticated villain. And then when you see him in Fallout, he's kind of he looks like he would write a manifesto. He looks like he would be a full-blown terrorist. We'll just say he was a full-blown terrorist.
Yeah, he looks terrifying, even more so. We didn't talk about the big cold open of this movie, though, which is a unique one with the dream sequence.
Yep.
That is such a, I guess, kind of out of character thing for the series.
That would be, so the dream sequences in the movie would be what I would say is what makes this one feel different than the others. They're dark. They don't make you feel warm and fuzzy, that's for sure.
Yeah. And I think Fallout is kind of deeply personal, not just with Ethan saving Luther and screwing up and needing to figure out how to solve that, but with that dream sequence, it is Ethan and Julia at a wedding and like they were married once, and he starts reciting his vows, but then it kind of turns into his oath to the IMF instead. And officiating the whole thing is Solomon Lane, which is like a nightmare situation for him. It's like, why are you in my dream? I can't stop thinking about you.
And then they've got the nuclear explosion that happens, and it's like Terminator 2, where you watch them turn into skeletons and then dusted, and he abruptly awakes. I think the dream that he has, it's later on. Solomon Lane shows up again with Julia after they've gotten Solomon, and he like jerks awake, and Solomon's just staring at him and just watching him. To me, every time I watch Fallout, I'm like, I would be shitting my pants.
Yeah.
Because Lane knows, like, I'm in your head.
I'm getting to you. Yeah.
Like, I fucked you up. You may have caught me, but I have fucked you up.
Yeah.
But that
I
comes a
think
little
so.
later. I love that this movie also does the callback of how Ethan Hunt will envision
Hmm.
a scenario where he's being told, like, what the heist is going to look like to pull Lane out,
Yeah.
but it's through Hunt's perception. So he's envisioning just a massacre and then
Yeah.
being
And he
put.
sees these cops that he would have to kill,
Yeah.
and he'd have to do it to stay in character, and he doesn't really think he can do that.
Yeah. That one, I like that they call back to that kind of stuff. I don't take it as like a member berry. I take that as just a reminder of how Ethan's mind
Hmm.
is constantly working, where he is seeing every situation there is
Right.
on the fly. And I also like that he immediately, you can tell, you don't see it, but you can tell he's calculating a different way
Yeah.
immediately,
Yeah.
especially since it's going to involve Solomon Lane. Fuck that
Right.
guy.
Right. Yeah. So the whole heist situation is like, very exciting, and the way that they knock Solomon Lane into the water and then escape
Mhm.
and have all of the White Widow's men like chasing them, and then basically that exact situation comes up where they're about to escape after they've pulled Solomon Lane out of the water, and Benji and Luther have, and they've put him in a boat, and they've gone and picked up Ethan, and they're about to make their escape. They open up the garage door, and there's a cop right there, just writing tickets, and sees them loading a dude with a bag on his head into his car. And she's like, hang on there a second. It's just this little French cop lady, and they can't stop her because they're not going to. They're good guys. But then, yeah, those other guys come around and shoot her, and Ethan's decision to save her by killing these four guys who belong to the White Widow, who
Mhm.
he's supposed to be getting in good with, is another situation where he could have totally just fucked up the mission, and maybe she won't give him the plutonium now because he wanted to save this one cop he's
Right.
never met before in his life.
Because he's supposed to be this, he's the character of John Lark. You never get too much info, but they focus primarily on the fact that he caused a smallpox outbreak.
Mm-hmm.
So he has no problem killing women and children, and especially cops. They even ask him
Yeah.
that. So he's trying to figure out, like, by saving the cop, that means he's clearly not John Lark. So he's essentially blowing his
His
cover.
cover's blown. Yeah.
But he's not going to execute a cop. He's not going to let this young woman die. He
Yeah.
even, like, helps her get pressure. He tells her to call it in. Like, he's telling her, like,
Mm-hmm.
it's okay. I'm sorry that you saw us. Like,
Yeah.
his empathy and compassion is full display in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah. I think it's very well done for conveying the weight of the story, and also, I mean, the end of the movie does a very obvious, just straight up tells you,
yeah.
you are the dude that will save one life over millions, and we kind of need that.
Right.
We can't just have someone who is willing to sacrifice that one or two, three people in order to save a bunch of people. It can't be that heartless and logical and calculated.
Mm-hmm.
We need that heart to actually try to save everybody.
It's not long after. I mean, Fallout has so many moving pieces, and it's not long that Walter, right? Yeah, Walker. He's given
Yeah.
the CIA, like, he's telling them, "Hey, we've been looking for a guy who's potentially on the inside." This
Mm-hmm.
whole thing points to Hunt, and once again, Hunt is now being, "Oh, you're the guy. You're the villain. You're
Yeah.
you're like, son of a
Yeah.
bitch."
And he does a pretty good job of convincing Angela Bassett. I mean, his speech is all true. He's like,
It's
"What?
very true.
How many times can you be disavowed by your company and country and not get a little pissed off?"
Right.
I mean, yes, Ethan Hunt has every reason to be a little bit distraught or dissatisfied, disgruntled, I guess. But yeah, I mean, but you're also dealing with Ethan Hunt, who he fleshes out moles in his sleep.
Right.
he,
This is part of his life.
yeah, and that's like my favorite is when they actually get Solomon Lane into those catacombs
Oh, the
underground,
catacombs is a fantastic sequence.
and they have Walker there, and then Huntley comes in, and and they're like, okay, we got to take Solomon Lane over to the White Widow. We're gonna dress up Benji as him because we can't actually give him Solomon Lane, and it's a good distraction for the audience, I think,
Mhm.
because this whole time Ilsa's been trying to kill Solomon. That's like her whole thing. She's trying to kill Solomon Lane. And so they're like, we're just going to dress up Benji as Solomon Lane. And they're like, but wait, but that means Ilsa's going to be trying to kill you.
Yeah.
And we need to prevent that from happening. But that's also better than actually giving Solomon Lane over to these people. So you're thinking about all of that while Walker is trying to actually basically revealing that he is part of the syndicate.
Well, I love his reveal. The whole thing, they give him everything he wants and kind of
Mm-hmm.
needs.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that he tells him, like, you got to stay here with Lane. Like, don't touch him.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't hear from us, then you can do it your way, essentially. And
Mm-hmm.
ouch. I love how the scene plays very fast.
Yeah.
Very fast. I love when Walker comes in and he's like talking to Lane. He spills the beans, like, I'm John Lark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the bad guy. Like,
Mm-hmm.
my
And I'm here to break you
manifesto.
out.
Yeah. I love the reveal. One of my favorite
Yeah.
things about the reveal is the fact that they have Solomon Lane himself standing front and center, having to
Mm-hmm.
witness like his guy just gave it all up.
Yeah.
I love that. I love
I
that
love
so
that.
much.
I also love that I mean, the lead up to that scene is that the CIA has basically dogged on the IMF, and
Yep.
they're like, "Well, it's just Halloween over there. They're wearing rubber masks, and it's silly the things that they do. It's not real espionage." And that Walker remembers that, and he's like, "Oh shit, are you actually wearing a rubber mask right now?" And
Right.
it's just Benji there listening, and yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So, hi, just me wearing a rubber mask, and it works. It's very effective. And so yeah, then he realizes, oh, I fucked up, and they actually didn't leave, and everybody heard that, including Solomon Lane. How embarrassing! This guy who's
Right.
the worst dude in the planet heard you screw up.
And just when you're like, because they have Angela Bassett on the line, like she's video calling, right? And you're like, damn,
Yeah,
got him, got him. But then she's like, I'm taking over. I don't trust any of you anymore. So her agents
hmm
all swarm. I love how this movie, with this scene in particular, they go from you being so like, hell yeah,
yeah, we won.
to just, oh shit, in a matter of a line. And it's all
Of
from Cavill when they're
It's
like,
like a 2 letter word when he's like go, and then that all of the agents like turn on each other and start shooting, and you're
well,
like,
yeah,
oh
you
no,
find out. I mean, you
the
realize
syndicate's in
that
control
Solomon
of the
Lane
CIA.
and John Lark, the apostles, are there.
Yeah.
Like they've all been infiltrated for who knows how long. This is just as bad, if not worse, than the syndicate.
Hmm.
And you're like, shit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Hunley tries to go fisticuffs one-on-one with Superman. I mean, John
Doesn't
Lark.
go well. Yeah, it does not go well. So
Does not go
he
well at
gets
all.
stabbed. The IMF has no director anymore, and then yeah, Solomon Lane is kind of out in the wind,
Mm-hmm.
and Walker or John Lark is also able to escape.
Well, and this we joked about it earlier. Tom Cruise running really fast in his movies.
Yeah.
He fucking sprints. His run through the
Yeah.
city and like through the buildings and all that, jumping over
Yeah.
buildings
On the roof.
on
Yeah.
the roof. He actually broke his ankle. They kept that shot in
Hmm.
when he makes that
Yeah.
big
That
leap.
big jump.
Yeah, he actually broke his ankle when they shot it. So when you see him limp, he stayed in character to limp off camera. But
Yeah. Yeah. That was wild.
but I love the this movie. Like it goes from being just an exciting, intense thriller, spy thriller that Mission Impossible movies are,
Hmm.
but it takes a drastic turn when he like finally catches up to Walker at the elevator and he's dangling from the bottom of it. And Walker's
Hmm.
just kind of looking at him and you're like, nah, that sucks. Pulls out the picture and he's telling him, like, I see you again. She dies. And he
Hmm.
realizes it's Julia. And everything starts just kind of like, oh God.
Yeah. We're back in Mission Impossible 3 where you're threatening
Right. Like,
Julia again.
shit. But obviously Hunt can't just let it go. He's got to
Hmm.
keep chasing him down. I love the line where Walker tells him, like, I'm her guardian angel. Like, it puts such a dark spin on that kind of title.
Yeah.
Obviously it's going to come back later. But watching like Solomon Lane and Walker fly away on the helicopter with Hunt just being left on the rooftop,
Hmm.
it's so what's the word? Deflating. You're
Yeah.
just like, oh my God.
Yeah. It's a big loss for sure to have
Huge loss.
not only not kept Solomon Lane in custody, but also then learn who John Lark was and fail to stop him as well. It doesn't get worse than that,
Right. And
and
now
still not know where the plutonium is, and you
and
just haven't
as
won at all.
just an added layer to you is oh, by the way, now Julia's life
Hmm.
is in danger again. I love the conversation between Luther and Ilsa when they're getting ready
Yeah.
to like go after. I love Luther has always been Hunt's other voice. He's the guy
Hmm.
that's like, I know him the best.
Hmm.
He's gonna think this way. You gotta just like I need you to back off. Of course Ilsa's
Yeah.
not gonna back off.
He's good at, I guess, helping the team understand Ethan and his
Mm-hmm.
motivations, and being able to say, here's how he operates. It's not normal, but he's not a normal person, and that's okay. And yeah, that whole conversation where he's talking to Ilsa is very interesting because he says that Ethan's only ever cared about two women, and then goes on to describe how much he cares about Julia, and looks out for her and makes sure she's safe and all this
Mm-hmm.
stuff. He doesn't come out and say it, but it's very obvious that Ilsa's the other one that he really
Right.
cares about.
Yeah, they don't blatantly say it, but it makes sense because they built it off of Rogue Nation, where
Hmm.
although she's untrustworthy for the entirety of Rogue Nation and the first part of Fallout, her and Hunt are essentially kind of in the same boat. They
Yeah.
understand each other very well. And if Ethan Hunt's going to have a future relationship, it has to be
Yeah.
someone that knows that world, is a part of that world.
And someone that he feels is capable, who can take care of herself,
Right.
that he doesn't have to constantly be making sure she doesn't get killed. Ilsa is very capable of taking care of herself,
Just
so
just a
that gives you
little bit.
a little peace of mind then.
When they go to fuck, what's the country they end up in? It's
Kashmir.
Kashmir. And they're like, everyone keeps talking. Why does he want this medical like group here. What's going on? And you find out this is where the smallpox outbreak was. So you're connecting all the dots from John Lark or Walker and Solomon Lane. But they keep saying, like, why did he want this medical team? This doesn't, like, it's the only piece of the puzzle that we can't figure out.
Yeah.
I will never forget having that sinking feeling like Julia has to show up at some point. What's going to happen? Like, is she like maybe a hostage? But when you hear her say Ethan and he turns around, there's such a feeling of just like, God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
it's like she didn't even have to get kidnapped. She was just there doing her job, living her life. Because it had all been set up and manipulated by Solomon Lane.
Right. And you find out like, oh no, we didn't have to come, but some anonymous donor said they would donate all this shit as long as our team was one to come out here because they really liked our team. And you're like, everything that her new husband keeps saying, you just feel worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
Because Julia knows exactly like, oh, this is bad. If Ethan Hunt is here,
he doesn't go good places. It's not
no, like it's all bad. But it adds to that added like dread of what's potentially going to happen with 2 nuclear bombs going off in the same spot.
Yeah. And that spot is, I guess there's a bunch of glaciers and those melt and feed into India and China. And like a third of the world's population is in that area. So if you contaminate all of that, it's going to be one of those great events that is, that's like this in their manifesto, one of those massively terrifying events.
Yeah, they talk about the greater the suffering, the greater the peace. Like that's a part of his manifesto, which kind of helps you understand that Solomon Lane has really turned from the notion of just being the anti-IMF or just being trying to destroy the governments from inside out. Now he's full on.
Yeah.
Like he's a terrorist. Like this is official. He looks like it. He looks like, a crazy beard. No offense, Jake.
I'm a little less crazy. I don't look like I've been in prison
just a little.
for the last.
But it's like you really understand where Lane is, like his mentality really is. He is for the cause, or his cause, not a good cause, but a cause. But this is some of the stuff that, like, stunt wise, was some of the most intense to watch in the theater. The whole thing with the helicopter.
Oh, it's such it's a climax of the movie in every sense of the word. From finding out that there are 2 different bombs there, not really knowing where they are, the team splitting up to search for them, and knowing that Solomon Lane and Walker are also there somewhere. And then, finding the helicopter. They set it up that it's impossible, of course, Mission Impossible. It's impossible to stop these bombs once they start unless they can pull the key out of the detonator remote and then cut to a wire on each one simultaneously.
But you can't do any of that until after the timer has started. So you have to let the bombs get armed, and then you can try and do this mission. It's like...
And so they do all of that, and they realize that Walker is taking the remote on a helicopter, and so Ethan chases him. And all of the helicopter flying. First of all, Tom Cruise really flew helicopters, which is a crazy thing to me. Like, I don't know why it's so weird. Like, of course, you can jump out of airplanes, you can do all these things, but it's really hard to fly a helicopter. And so for him to be like, you know what, I'm just going to learn how to fly a helicopter.
So he did and does.
And he not only does he fly a helicopter, but he pulls it out of a spin that stunt coordinators said you can't do. Like you shouldn't be able to do that. And he's like, I'm just gonna go do it. I'm gonna go try and do it, and I'll put it into a spin, and it'll be really hard to get it out, but we'll do it. And it's so exhilarating to watch the entire sequence. And I guess they had a hard time finding a country that would let them have a helicopter
Yeah.
chase through the mountains, and then eventually New Zealand let them do it. And so they're like, okay, we have mountains. Let's go ahead and set the movie in the Alps or the Himalayas or
Yeah,
whatever it
right. We need mountains. Make sure there are mountains at some point in the end here.
is. Yeah. So yeah, it's just
It's the way
that's
that it's all
incredible.
edited together, because you've got Luther who finds the first bomb and he's trying
Hmm.
to just prep it. He's got to
Hmm.
take all the faceplate off, get some wires have to get cut early so he can get down to
Hmm.
like underneath the circuit board, the main board, to get to the wire that will need to be cut. Of course, Julia walks up on him. She's trying to figure out like this is really happening, isn't it? And they're like, you got to
Yeah.
get her out of there. And Luther's line of just like, where else is she gonna go? Is so
Hmm.
devastating because you're like, he's being so realistic right now. Of
Yeah.
there is a very high chance that this mission completely fails and we're all going to die.
Yeah.
So it won't matter where she's at if this happens.
I also love the dynamic between Luther and Julia. Like
Yeah.
you get the idea that I'm sure because he is Ethan's best friend as well, that they had a close relationship. But I think he says earlier in the movie that when he's talking to Ilsa about she's just been able to stay in hiding because she learned from the best. I taught her how to
Yeah.
kind of stay under the radar. And so, they've spent a lot of time together and have this rapport. And so it's kind of cute to see them kind of work together at the end there.
Work together. And I like that you can tell they're very honest with each other. Luther doesn't
Yeah.
try to mince words with her. She doesn't
Hmm.
try to like beat around it. It's very just honest. I think that's a really cool dynamic between the two.
Hmm.
But yeah, and then you've got Benji and Ilsa who are running through medical tents trying to find like stuff that'll spike the radiation meters, whatever they're
Yeah.
called,
Find the other bomb.
to find the other bomb. Ilsa figures out like, oh, the other bomb is with Lane, and I
Hmm.
see Lane in this house, and Benji is still stuck with like, oh no, I think I found it over here in these crates, and he's busting off locks and shit. Of course, Ilsa's gonna get the shit beat out of her because Lane is still, although a crazy terrorist, he's still a fighter. He's still an
Yeah.
ex-agent. He knows
Right.
what he's doing. And then everyone talks about Cruz flying the helicopter, which is absolutely nuts. It's so ridiculous that he did this.
Hmm.
What made me, when I watched this the first time in the theater, made my stomach kind of drop
Hmm.
was the lead up to him flying the helicopter where he's climbing the
Was trying
payload
to,
and
yeah.
he's trying to get his feet up and he falls backwards and then
Hmm.
catches himself on the payload. Watching that in the theater was like, nope, nope. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a video where apparently someone on the production didn't know that was like a stunt that was being performed. And so when he missed that, putting his legs up there and fell down, first of all, Tom Cruise really did that. But somebody over the radio was like, I think we just lost Tom.
yeah.
It's like, no, he's okay. He was supposed to fall down like 50 feet and land on this thing flying in the air.
Yeah.
It's totally okay.
We're fine. You're like, nothing that you just said is
Yeah.
fine and okay. This guy is
You
out
should
of
be
his fucking
concerned.
mind.
It's a red flag.
right, right. Come on, folks, quit ignoring them. But all those different elements that continue to add up, and the fact that the bomb's on a timer,
Hmm.
the chase through the mountains, you've got Walker who's firing the gun and he hits Ethan Hunt's helicopter a handful
Yeah.
of times, and you just everything is just constantly like, how the hell are we gonna get through this? Like
Hmm.
everything about it is telling you, they're gonna make it, but they can't make it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. And my favorite thing about that whole sequence, obviously, it's kind of a cliche that the bomb will get down to 1 second and they'll be able to stop it. Like, that's become a cliche, but the way that they do it is so clever, where Ethan loses communication with the team, and so they have no way to know if he's pulled the key out or not. But they have to wait for him to pull the key out before they can cut their wires. And so their only option is to really wait until the last possible second, cut their wires, and hope that he's gotten the key out.
Right.
For all they know, he did it 10 minutes ago. But of course, it takes him until the last possible second to actually get it. And I love when Luther's like, "Well, we'll do it at 2 seconds," and if Benji had not convinced him to do it at 1 second instead, he may have not gotten the key in time.
Right? Like, no, we have to buy him at least one more second. Like, Luther's really the one. They decide we'll cut it on the last second. It'll buy him time. That's as much as we can afford to buy him.
Yeah.
And I just love how Luther is like, despite Benji being, we got to buy him that extra one. Luther's really the only one that's like, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. He always does it. Like, you just have to trust him to do it. I love the whole helicopter after they've crashed and they're kind of fighting, and like both helicopters, what's left of them, are still just like sliding that ravine and all that, or that crevice.
Yeah.
Their quick like fist fight that they got. Don't even try to tell me the first time you saw this movie, when they kicked the remote and it like stops on the edge of the cliff, that you weren't like, no!
Yeah, absolutely was.
In terms of villain deaths,
oh my God, top 10.
It's so satisfying.
It's so satisfying because he's very much like Ethan. He's an unstoppable force as well. And you're like, just, it needs to be over because we're running out of time. And so when Ethan sees it and pulls on that cord and the hook comes down and catches him in the face, you're like, ooh, but also, yeah.
Yeah, it's a split second, but it's so satisfying. Just that quick sound. I mean, the sound, the image, the fall, everything about it. You're like, yes, now get your ass up there because you got to get that key.
Yeah.
And of course,
incredible.
Tom Cruise actually scaled the side of that mountain.
Oh, I mean, free climbing a mountain is no big deal at this point. I'm not even impressed by it anymore.
Yeah. I love when they're like, when Ethan wakes up and Luther asks him like, so how close were we? And he does the usual. I love that. I love the tongue in cheek, just the like, they put the spin for the last second of the bomb.
Yeah.
And then they just leaned into it a little more with like, it's always the last second. Like, it's the usual. Like,
yeah. Yeah. It's amazing.
I can't wait for Dead Reckoning. Like, we got a couple weeks for it. It's every time I watch this preview, I know the big stunt everyone's talking about right now is the motorcycle jump.
The motorcycle jump. Yeah.
Yeah, because he actually does this jump. Like, this is a real jump. The only thing that they changed is when they filmed the jump, they had to build a ramp so that the terrain wouldn't fuck it all up.
So it's all CGI'd on the surface.
So the ramp is just taken out of the scene and covered up with the CGI like terrain. But Tom Cruise actually did this base jump,
skydive, and
off of a fucking mountain on this
motorcycle. Yeah.
I keep telling myself every one of these entries, they focus on one of the big stunts.
Right.
But that means there's something else in this movie that he's going to do that's going to make everyone just like shit themselves.
Oh, there's going to be 4 or 5 things where you're like, oh my God.
And I have no clue even how to figure out what it's going to be. Obviously, it's going to be a crazy car chase. We're going to see that again. See him running like crazy again in the trailer. But I'm like, I want to know. I don't recognize this new villain. I was like, he hasn't been
No.
in any of the other films,
Yeah.
but he calls Hunt like old friend. So I'm curious to know who he is. I'm curious to know what's all about to happen. But I get the sense that Dead Reckoning 1 and 2 are very much going to culminate on the heels of what Fallout story really ended up being of like, these are the consequences to your empathy, to your compassion.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be a lot of building off of that. I also think that there's going to be a lot of going back to the beginning with
Mm-hmm.
Kittredge showing up. I think that when Hunley died in Fallout, it left the IMF without a director. It's possible that Kittredge comes back to be the
Mm-hmm.
director of the IMF. Or it's possible he switched sides and now he's in charge of whoever this new villain is, and he's like this new secret villain. I'm very interested in Harry L's character, whoever he ends up being. I'm very interested in Haley Atwell's character. She looks awesome. I'm most interested, I think, in where Ilsa goes from here.
Yeah.
Because she's still not really joined the IMF. She's kind of doing her own thing. She's likes Ethan, I guess. I hope she likes him.
Well, I mean, Fallout kind of shows the two of them kind of having like a moment together. They've already hinted that there's something between the two of them. But we've got the White Widow is back.
Yeah.
She looks kind of pissed off in the one shot that you see of her.
Yeah. I think she was a fan favorite, so I'm definitely interested to see what happens with her. There's a scene with Ilsa in the desert in the trailer where she has an eye patch on.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it means she loses an eye, which is the first thing you assume, or if it's like some operational thing. Because I think sometimes that's a thing that you do, is you like can protect your night vision in one eye if you have to like go underground into a building or something, and it goes from light to dark. It's helpful to do that. So maybe it just looks cool and she didn't lose an eye, but also if she lost an eye, that's pretty badass. So that's fine too.
I feel like obviously the bad guy is going to come for the team. They do that a lot, but this one feels a little more intense.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're, I don't want to say I think they're going to kill someone on the team in this one, but it feels like one person's probably going to be a big target. And I'm scared it's going to be Luther.
I think that you could be right. For some reason, I feel like Benji's innocence makes him safest.
Yeah.
And I think it is possible that, especially if you want a death that motivates Ethan into the finale, it would probably be Luther.
Yeah.
I don't think even Julia would do that for you.
I don't want to see anyone on the team die. I'm not going to lie. Normally I'd be like, yeah, take someone out. This is that one franchise. So I'm like, please don't take any of these guys out. But
what if it was Ilsa, but it was more of like, hey, it's the job. I have to do this thing, and it was just never meant to be between us, kind of thing. I could see maybe Ilsa being that one as well.
I could see that. I think it's weird to try and figure out how they're going to end it. Because part of you wants to see Hunt like be able to walk away.
Yeah.
Finally have some peace and quiet in his life. Or you could almost see him becoming the director of the IMF.
Yeah.
But I don't know how I would feel about that, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, it never goes well for the director of the IMF.
Doesn't go well for the director, but it also, I don't know that it would fit the personality of Ethan Hunt.
Yeah, I agree.
Because he's never cared about the politics of the job. He cares about the mission and the people. That's not the director's.
No.
Any of the director's personas. But
no,
I'm so excited.
I'm glad that they've kept so much of it under wraps, even with the trailer, and
Yeah.
I don't feel like it gives anything away, really. I think that I don't know. I'm very excited for it. I think the synopsis is so vague. I think everything's so vague. I hope nobody spoils it online, kind of what the deal is. You can't really, because the story is interesting. I love the story, but most people don't go for the story. You
Mhm.
go for the experience, and you can only get the experience by watching it. It can't
Well,
really
and
be spoiled.
but that's the cool thing. We've talked about it before, and I think we even talked about it earlier at the start of this. Of like one of the great things about this franchise is they show you the spectacle, so
Hmm.
you show up for the spectacle, but then they're going to give you a story that you find yourself being invested in, whether you mean to be or not. You just kind of
Yeah.
you are trying to figure out what's going on. You're rooting for Ethan. You're rooting for the team.
Hmm.
You want the bad guy to get stopped because you know, like, these are real villain. Like, these are bad guys.
Yeah.
So I think they do that cool thing of just they bring you in off of the Flash, and then they're like, here's what you're really here for. And before you realize it, I mean, your audience keeps showing up in droves,
Hmm.
man.
Yeah. Yeah. You fall in love with the characters and care about them, and want to see them succeed and want to see all the missions they go on. So you're immediately along for the ride.
And everyone, the moment they start playing the theme song in the trailers, everyone is just like, you're pumped, you're excited.
Yeah. It gets your blood going for sure.
I'm so excited for Dead Reckoning. Oh man.
Yeah. It
I
should be
feel
a
like
very
it's been
good
a long
time.
time. This movie's been delayed for so many reasons. If I remember
Yeah.
right, they started filming back in 2020.
Yeah. It was, I think, supposed to come out last year or the year
Yeah,
before. And then it was going to compete with Top Gun Maverick. And so they're like, we'll just wait a whole nother year. And you're like, fuck.
I was mad about that.
I can't wait a whole nother year. But here we are. We made it alive.
We made it. And then we'll have to wait a whole nother year for the conclusion.
Yeah, at least.
At
Have they
least.
finished it yet?
I don't know. I think they did. I think they did finish production or finish filming.
I hope so.
Let's see what it says.
Dead Reckoning Part 2 status. Yeah, scheduled for release June 28th, 2024.
Just release it. Do you remember? I kind of wish someone would do it again because no one does it or has done it since. But do you remember when the Matrix sequels were coming out? They released them a month apart. It was like a month or two apart.
Both of the last two movies?
Yeah,
Well, except for 4. No, I don't remember that.
I remember that because that was like they did it on purpose where they're like, we're gonna finish the second one, and if you stayed for the teaser, which was the
Mhm.
post credit scene, it gave you the official trailer for the finale, and then it was like it came out a couple months after that.
Oh, yeah. Reloaded and Revolutions both came out in 2003, although it was May and November, so 9
Oh,
months
okay, so it was
apart.
a little bit longer.
It was that 6 months apart,
Still
but within the same calendar year. Yeah,
within the same year.
that's crazy.
I think that's kind of cool.
It is
Like,
super cool. It's like, hey, you love that thing? You're going to see another one this year.
right, like because then you have that previous installment fresh in everyone's head still. Chances are
Yeah.
people are still talking about it.
Hmm.
No one does that anymore. Someone should do that again.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like Peter Jackson filming all 3 Lord of the Rings and just doing them one a year, not waiting for production to finish. Um, or whatever, or waiting for the movie to come out to make sure you
Right.
can make another one. People do that too much. I mean, you kind of have to, but it's not as fun. It's much more fun to get it when it's fresh, and also kind of build that wave of excitement in audiences of owning that summer or owning that year. That'd be really cool.
See, more people need to do that. Get on that.
All right. Yeah. Hey, movie producers, get on that. All right, I think that's all the movies,
That
but
was
we
all
don't
the
have any
movies.
more.
That was
I'm
all.
amazed we got through it all in 4 hours. That was
That was pretty quick. That was
it's a
pretty
wild
quick.
ride.
It's such a fantastic franchise. It's crazy to think it started in 1996. It's almost 30 years old.
Yep. Yeah, it's
And
crazy.
it's just gotten bigger. That to me,
Right.
like that proves it's one of the best franchises ever. If
Mhm.
not, like, sorry, Fast and Furious, but people go to watch your movies because they're just like, we've watched this many so far.
Yeah. Fast and Furious is like the Wish.com version of what these movies are.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's a spectacle, and yeah, I'll see some crazy stuff happen, but it's also not real, and I also don't care that much. And
I'm not emotionally invested in these characters.
whereas these movies, like, no, it's all real, and also it's happening to people you actually care about.
Yeah.
And there's a good story on the underneath all of that.
And how exciting is it that Tom Cruise said when it came to like the driving stunts, the ones that they were allowed to do, he was like, we just did it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
we weren't
Yeah.
going to CGI a car chase. We just did it.
The promos for Dead Reckoning where they're talking about the car chases, and it all looks so good, and they have these cobblestone streets in this tiny little car, and it's just like bouncing along. It's impossible to control in a skid, and yeah, the way that they said that you know what, we're just gonna do everything practical and do it for real. And you can tell Tom Cruise's entire philosophy, especially since Maverick, has just been, we're doing this for the audience, we're doing it for the fans, and we want them to have a good time, and everything serves that goal. I think that audiences connect to that, and they're going to see his movies for that reason alone.
Do you feel that he kind of had a shift of mentality after The Mummy flopped due to his
Yeah.
overtaking of production? It was
Yeah.
famously talked about. He took over, forced him to put in all those action sequences because he thought it was cool.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't make the movie for the audience. So the backlash of that, I really feel like he kind of had a okay,
Yeah.
let's get back to why people go to the movies. Let's get back to, because his whole thing, everything about him has seemed to shift a little bit.
I do think so. I think that just the way he talks about the movie making process has changed completely since then. And it could be that he's like, oh shit, people don't just show up for that. They show up for this. And he was actually able to figure it out that, and it does seem like his whole philosophy changed to being more like, no, this is for the audience. They want to see this. We're going to give them this, and we're going to be super grateful for them for showing up.
Right.
Like when he made that video about, hey, thanks for seeing Maverick and making it so huge. We really, really appreciate it. I think those things show the audience that you care way more than what most people do. And so I think that that's why people will see his movies more than they would for like just a normal Marvel movie or something. They're like, oh, it's a cool action movie, but this is more than a cool action movie because of, I think, the way it's made.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm so excited for it. I'm ready for it. Like, I'm so ready. Every time I watch a trailer, I am just like, let's do this. Let's do this.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal franchise, and I'm very interested to see how it ends.
Yeah, me too. It'll be weird when it ends for me. Like, this is one that I've been watching since the beginning, since the first movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not a franchise that was shown to me and then it continued. This might be the first real franchise for me. Like, at least at this size.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's exciting. It's weird. It'd be weird not having a new Mission Impossible coming out every 4 years.
It's the end of an era. For sure.
All right, guys. Well, let us know. I mean, Mission Impossible has been a big part of our upbringing.
Yeah.
clearly we're fans. I think I've had it show up on a couple lists, and we've talked about it numerous times. If you ever want to understand stunt work and just how brilliant and crazy all of it is, that you can go into it. I mean, these movies are there, and you should watch the behind the scenes, the specials that they do, because they showcase stunts all the time for this franchise. Not just because it's Tom Cruise, but the stunt themselves. Check it out.
Yeah.
It's...
Yeah, I think John Wick gets a lot of praise for changing how action movies were done, but I don't think we would have John Wick without the stunts in these movies pushing things forward as well. I think that they were and continue to be groundbreakers in the category of stunt work for sure.
Oh yeah. And
I want to know, audience, what you love about all of the Mission Impossible movies, and kind of what makes you connect to it, and what puts your ass in the seat in the theater. Is it just the stunts, or is there something deeper you connect to, like it is for us?
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm excited. I hope you guys are all excited. Projections are showing that the globe is ready for Dead Reckoning Part 1. I'm pretty sure people are going to be like jonesing for it, especially after the disaster that was The Flash.
Yeah.
The like divisiveness of Indiana Jones. I think people are ready for this one.
I think it could be another Maverick. It could be the biggest movie of the year. It may not be as big as Super Mario Brothers, but that is hard to compete with. And family animated movie that also is for a franchise that hasn't had a movie and since it's been made,
right?
People care about for the last 30 years. So in spite of that, I think maybe second biggest movie of the year.
I think it's going to be big. I'm hoping it's gigantic. One, because I'm a fan, but also like it'd be awesome for my draft to get a little boost.
Yeah, couldn't hurt you.
But yeah, let us know what you love about Ethan Hunt and the IMF, or if you've never watched it. If you haven't, why?
Right. Yeah. Hopefully you aren't getting to the end of this, and we just now asked you if you've ever seen these movies, because we did spoil all of them basically. Yes. Although you can't really spoil it, because like I said, it is mostly about the experience. I can tell you Tom Cruise climbs the tallest building in the world on the outside, but you really just have to see it.
You really just need to go watch it, because it's
nice. Go watch these movies. They're incredible.
And as always, thank you, everybody. We appreciate you. Go get some cool swag.
Yeah, we've got some dope merch. Dustin's wearing a sweet hat.
It's very nice. It's so comfortable, dude. It's so comfortable.
Good. You gotta get me one of them.
Get your stuff. Let us know what you love about Mission Impossible or whatever. And we'll see you guys next time, all right?
Sounds good. See you guys there.
Bye.